yesterday, and that
dude.
all smallmouth for the most part.
Yeah, and this tournament pays all the way down to the 36th spot. At 36th spot right now, to be in the top 36, 17-1. 17-pound, 1 ounce is in 36th spot right now in this tournament. Incredible.
And you and I aren't numbers guys, self-admitted, right? Like nobody's coming, hey, Luke, Fat Cat, can you give us some numbers? But yesterday the numbers were so good it made it easy for us. Like you're saying, 17 pounds down to 36th place. But check this out. 1,400 pounds of smallmouth bass came across the scales at Fisherman's Head. Big Al McCullough got to see 1,400 pounds. Of course, a few largemouth in there as well, but mainly we saw 2 smallmouth over 6 pounds. Scott Siller had 26 pounds. That is the biggest stringer in the league to date. Not just smallmouth, largemouth included in that. We've gone to some fantastic fisheries at some great times, and we've not seen a bag that big just yet. 26 pounds, Scott Siller. I told him that on the phone last night. He goes, "Are you kidding me? I broke the record." I'm like, "Yeah, man, you've got it. 26 pounds." He said, "I had no idea." And he was bobbing around in the lake waiting on a ride. He didn't get to experience it in person. So hopefully he got back out there this morning, gets back out there, and that's something we want to talk about as well. A lot of our guys still making runs this morning. The takeoff was just an hour ago. So when we do get out on the water, we're going to be getting updates from guys as they get up and running for sure, because it's a long ways to some of these great places these guys are catching.
And that's a gamble too, right? You're making these long runs, catching these potential big sacks, but like you say, getting back to the house. We had this situation yesterday where 2 of the guys' boats broke down, but like, is that going to play a bigger role as this tournament progresses? Like you say, Lake Erie it's a big lake, big bags, but big disappointments too, because you never know what is waiting for you out
every
there.
event that comes to the Great Lakes, whether it be St. Clair, whether it be Erie, where we just were there, Saginaw Bay, you have to factor in the weather. And our guys are getting a break a little bit as far as from what they experienced in practice to what it's been in the event. Now, yesterday morning, I knew it blew through the night before day one. They got beat up pretty bad yesterday morning getting to their areas, but yesterday in the afternoon, calmed down. A lot of the guys I talked to said, hey, bring on the wind. It makes them bite better. That was the overwhelming thing. They're like, hey, it got a little slower in the afternoon for me when it calmed down. What are we going to see today weather-wise?
We're going to see a little bit like this morning and tomorrow morning. The wind starts out good. You're looking at around 11 to 12 miles an hour out of the southeast this morning. As the day progresses, it's going to be more of an easterly wind. But what happens when that wind shifts, it can blow some of that water out of these coves, and it can kind of shift the depth of water. So when Bobby was running through there on pad yesterday or during practice, come today, tomorrow, he might hit Bobby the boulder out there and tear that lower unit up.
Saw a lot of that in practice for sure. Lots of reports of some dinged up lower units there because of Lake Erie, and she is a monster like we have said. Let's take a look at the top 10 from yesterday that got, the boom is all we can say. 20 pounds. I am absolutely tore up about what happened. And you and I are in studio, not even getting to throw a drop shot at these smallmouth. But let's take a look. Of course, Scott Siller, the Thriller, up top, 26 pounds, 1 ounce of big Lake Erie smallmouth. And, B, we talked to Scott last night, and the overwhelming thing for him was confidence and excitement. He was like, man, I left them biting. Scott, do you have anybody else in your areas? I never saw another boat all day long. I think he worked about 3 different spots to get to that 26 pounds from what he was telling us. Of course, then the day ends with boat trouble, but he quit early. Hours and hours of fishing time left. Sent his fish in with Dustin Williamson. He wanted to be sure to give Dustin, his running buddy Dustin, a shout out there. So thank you to Dustin for getting the boom back to Big Al McCullough. Brandon Perkins, the Tennessee pro who won our Pickwick event last year and narrowly missed winning Angler of the Year due to an unfortunate incident there at Grand Lake, a mechanical failure, sitting in second place.
No surprise seeing him doing well here. Offshore mechanic, son. Like when anything has to do with being offshore, that spinner rod, like he is the dude that will always be a threat.
No doubt about it. And he's doing some interesting things as well. Told me he's mixing in a cranking strategy. I hope we get to see that today as well. 22 pounds, 1 ounce, and just 1 ounce behind him, Dan Blackard, Fisherman Central's own Dan Blackard. Very familiar with these waters. No surprise to see him in the top 5 at all. No surprise at all. And we talked a little bit about his experience going into this and, being a local guy going into an event, everybody's watching, you get the pressure on you. Is it a situation where you chase ghost? And we were talking about different things, and he was kind of on the side of the way the weather conditions have been kind of would help him some, he was thinking, because these fish are not wadded up.
These fish are spread it out this time of year. Spread it out, it's a new word I made. They're spread out this time of year. So he just has a bunch of key spots he can tune in and tune out of. But he did tell me he's only getting about 6 to 8 bites a day. Yesterday he had 7 bites. So those 7 bites have him sitting in 3rd spot.
And you're hearing a lot of that from the guys that we kind of have several different things going, and we'll dive into it as we go. But the guys that are live scoping, using that forward-facing sonar, they're not getting many bites, but they're calling their shots. They're picking, and I think Dan's certainly in that contingent that's doing a little bit of that. He's not just aimlessly roaming around and fishing for big schools. He's fishing for individual fish, and there are several of our guys in the top 10. But Danny Weems, 21-9. Stu Martell, another guy that is very familiar with this area and was very excited to get back out there today, 21-5. Blake Felix, 21-4. Keith Carson, 20 pounds, 13 ounces. Something interesting about Keith, I didn't realize he had an unfortunate fish care penalty. 2 fish yesterday, Oof. 2 pounds. He would be our 2nd place angler going into the day. But Keith, another interesting thing, his biggest bass yesterday, a largemouth. So he had a mixed bag for 20 pounds, 13 ounces. Michael Yoder, the Texas angler, 20 pounds, 10 ounces. Sheldon Collings, no surprise at all. And rounding out that top 10, Luis Fernandez,
Bass
20
warrior.
pounds, even. He's been spending a lot of time on the Great Lakes with Saginaw and left Saginaw and spent some time in this area pre-fishing. He's been putting in the work this year, the Bass Warrior.
He puts in work, period. That guy's no slouch. Old Bass Warrior, he puts it in, son. He puts it in.
Well, Sheldon Collings right outside of our top 10 in the Progressive Angler of the Year right now, but we had some shakeups yesterday just off the day 1 standings, and let's take a look at that Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Coming into this event, Timmy Reams has been dominating this race all year, but a very uncharacteristic day 1 for Timmy. Can he get it back on the tracks? And by uncharacteristic, I mean he's in 48th place, which a lot of guys would definitely take, just right outside of check range. But Timmy Reams coming into this event, 954 points, a slim lead over stop number 4 champion Gary Atkins. Logan Millsaps in 3rd, John Hookup Soakup, Eddie Carper, who yesterday put a very uncharacteristic Eddie Carper day. I mean, he blanked, and not sure what the story is. We didn't talk to Eddie last night. I fished tournaments for years. I know you have as well. I don't want to be bugged. If I have a bad day, don't call me. Right. So we didn't reach out to Eddie, but certainly a rough day for Eddie. Same with Kevin Rogers, the Crappie King, in 99th place after day 1. Taylor Watkins, decent start to the event, 36th place. He's the bubble boy on the check line. Sean Murphy holding down the 8th place spot, but yesterday 67th place to start the event. Bryant Smith, though, typical Bryant, 26th place. He's right in the mix. And then Jason Wilson is in 47th place. So not terrible, but those standings definitely going to shake up. If we were to redo those right now, Gary Atkins would be the man on top after day 1. He weighed in 19 pounds of smallmouth on that Atkins diet as usual, and he is 19th place. So any surprises to you? I mean, Logan Millsap's a guy that has absolutely called this year 71st place after yesterday. I mean, that was, to me, a big surprise.
It's a surprise. We talk about Timmy Reams, not doing as well, but he still has, over 14 pounds, got a 5-fish limit. And that's kind of what he was looking to do, just come in here, get his limit. He's not trying to knock it out of the park. He's trying to stay consistent. Said that on the round table, Yes, he did. He's trying to stay consistent, keep his head above water, and just get through this event, get down to Florida. Feels good about Florida. And he just has that even keel, just that he's got a steady mind, man. So I think he'll be just fine. And we talked about, man, this Northern Swing is going to shake things up in the Progressive AOY. And here we are, we're seeing it, man. My boy Kevin Rogers didn't find him yesterday, didn't find the right one.
Your pick for Progressive AOY. And look, you have been right on the money. He's been in the top 10 all year, but Saginaw was a little rough on him. Yesterday, 2 fish very, very much not like the Kevin Rogers we've seen all year. Logan Millsaps is going to fall down. John Hookup Soakup, 51st place right now in the stand. Is like that's not a John Soakup day 1 typically for us, but we see him bounce back. Of course, all of our anglers fish all 3 days. There are no cuts here, so this will change dramatically by Showdown Saturday there at Lake Erie.
And come Showdown Saturday, the top 10. They get to they go out at first flight at 7 a.m. Don't have to check in until 5:30. So whoever's in the top 10 going to day 3 has a long day of fishing. And we've seen in the past, that long day really makes a big difference.
Without an absolute doubt. There's no telling what is going to happen on Wild Lake Erie, but somebody is going to hoist that shield tomorrow afternoon and take home a check for $50,000. We're going to check in with our sponsors right now that make all of this possible here at the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll see you on the other side for live action from Lake Erie.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have fully loaded, which is full nicotine, half cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back. Our first look here this morning at Lake Erie and Fisherman Central's own Dan Blackard. Very familiar with these waters. Dan just 1 ounce out of second place yesterday with 22 pounds right on the nose.
Jeez.
We were talking weather. It's a little bumpy.
A little bumpy out there.
We said, it's going to be better for him today.
And the way it looks, man, that wind's going to lay down as the day progresses. I had a chance to talk to Dan yesterday after day one, and he said it's not easy out there. He's getting between 6 and 8 bites a day during practice. Yesterday, he got 7 bites.
We were able to catch up with Dan this morning before takeoff to get his feelings headed into day 2 here on the home pond. Let's check in with Ohio's Dan Blackard.
Happened yesterday, and what do we need to do today?
Well, yesterday the wind was blowing from the northeast east, and the fish set up different. The current was coming from the west, the wind was coming from the east, so it was kind of difficult to figure out where they wanted to stage, either in the wind or the current. So I had to bounce around. I'm looking for 6 to 8 bites a day. These fish are moving, they're going up and down. First fish I caught was in 16 foot, and then the rest of them came between 18 and 21 feet. So I think today that with this wind coming from the southwest, as strong as it is, it may set them up a little different, probably a lot different. So we're going to run and do what we did yesterday and drop shot, 3 drop shot rods, different colors, different length, and hit our rock piles and see if they bite.
Perfect.
Back out live with Dan Blackard.
All business.
All business and hard to rattle.
That's right.
I'd say no matter what Mother Nature throws at him, Dan's going to come in with some fish today.
Oh yeah, he's ex-military, business owner. He's seen it all, done it all. He's got a strong head on them shoulders.
Dan, from our
You need me
last
to
event.
Say something, John. Talk about what we're doing here.
Yeah, buddy, talk about it.
Talk to us, Danny.
I'm on this flat, breaks off in the, it's got a 1 foot contour on it, and it's got chunk rock on the edge of it and 21 foot of water here, but this wind's making it really difficult to stay here. I'm hoping it calms down a little bit, give me some time on it. I left the school here yesterday. Been catching drum instead of sheephead, or instead of smallmouth.
Gonna hear that a lot in the next couple days from our anglers.
Absolutely.
No shortage of those on Erie.
They keep getting bit, but they're not taking it. Can't watch this forward sonar either. The trolling motor's going up and down too much.
From Dan Blackard, we're going to jump over and check in with Stu Martell. And this is our first time getting to be in the boat with Stu here in the league. He fished with us last year in our inaugural season and weighed in that 21-pound bag, mixed bag yesterday. He had 1 largemouth. And let's check in with Stu Martell.
Old Basszilla. Stu Martell himself.
Had himself a day yesterday. He was telling me a lot of bites, a lot of fun.
Okay, my starting spot, they're pretty scattered up with the cloud cover, so there's not as many visual fish on the electronics to fish for over there. I think that's going to be the theme for the day unless the sun pops its head out. Normally what you like to see is you like to see these smallies get up on top of the boulders, or at least around the boulders. There's a lot of cruisers. There were cruisers yesterday. You could fish for the cruisers, but they're so hard to get that bait down to. It's just a lot of work. So I've moved over to a little bit of a shallow flat here that's got gravel, boulders, grass, sand. It's a mix of everything. And right now I'm just jerking in about 10 feet of water, sometimes a little bit shallower, trying to see if I can move a fish. I am seeing them over here compared to what I saw at my starting spot, so that's a good sign. I didn't see very many at all. I did catch a 2-pounder over there, but it's like nothing. It's not going to do anything for me. He definitely needs to go. So we're going to give this a while here. I got some boulders offshore here in 14 to 20 feet of water. I'll work those. We'll see what's on this side. Yesterday this was a nice area to get some bites on a jerkbait as well as a crankbait. You might see me pull the crankbait out here if I can convince them, get a reaction bite out of these sluggish fish this morning. Got to do something. Bet they're catching them somewhere though. They always do. Moves we can make if this peninsula isn't producing for me, so. Funny because I thought the wind this morning blowing on my point was going to produce better than yesterday. And actually, I've not seen as many fish over there as I saw yesterday. But Great Lakes smallies, you can count on one thing, they move all the time.
Handsome fellow right there, Stu Martell.
Stu was saying he's already been able to put a keeper in the boat, even though he wasn't happy with the size. We're going to take a look at that first fish from Stu Martell before we went live this morning.
Big one. Nope, not that big, but he'll keep. He's not that big. Oh, he's a decent one. Little one. We better even measure him. Chunky.
Shows the range of emotion out there on Lake Erie and just in bass fishing in general. Big one, not a big one, big one, decent. No, he's little. Maybe I'm not gonna have to measure him. Actually, I'm gonna have to measure him. That's all of us every time we get a bite.
2-pounder. Nice way to start it off. Moving a little bit faster this morning.
Back out live with Stu, Lake Erie, and Stu said, bring on the wind. That was one thing he told me last night. The windier, the better.
Like you said, we're going to have that from everybody. Talked to some guys yesterday, though. They said as the day progressed, their bite got better, and the wind actually laid down, increasing the chances of getting a good bite. Like you say, it's fishing, right? Bobby wants this, Terrence wants that. Can't make everybody happy. Get what you get.
Interview 10 guys, get 10 different
answers.
That's right. And they're all liars.
Welcome to fishing, no doubt. But notice those, when he opened his live well, we noticed those pool noodles. Just going to the fish carrier real quick, we noticed him using a net. It's our last tournament where the guys can actually use a net. That was a rule that ownership implemented.
Great Lakes
Sean
rule.
Molo, Great Lakes rule, yeah. Tournament director implemented that rule to use the net in Saginaw, now here in Sandusky. Fish care and just safety. Some of the guys complaining about it, but they still using a net. But seeing those pool noodles in that live well going to fish care, run me through that, man. Why are the pool noodles in that live well?
Well, you're going to take a lot of rough rides.
That's the first big
on
ball
Erie.
I've seen today. That's another big key factor that I haven't seen yet today.
Yeah, with the rough rides, it just protects those fish, keeps them from beating against the side of the live well, the lid of the live well. Really takes some of the stress off of them. Stu's a little protected there, but you can hear the wind.
You can hear it for sure.
Through his mic, for sure. And B, we're starting to get more and more guys, and they're starting to settle in, and the man that we've been waiting to see is finally up and running, and that is Scott Siller, the thriller.
Clouds, they get to roaming.
Our day one leader.
The winds get, it's windy and cloudy, so that could, I figured, you know, my mid-depth bite would be great, but I went over there and I pulled one on a drop shot and spent, you know, whatever, my first 45 minutes scanning around, and I just wasn't seeing much.
All right, we're going to jump out to Scott Siller now.
Stu said he wasn't done talking yet.
Yeah, Stu said, no, you're not going to that 26-pound man, Scott the Thriller Siller. Black Rifle Coffee Pro.
Speaking of Black Rifle Coffee, come on one
Just out there
time.
chugging, son.
Ain't he? That's how I got that 26 pounds in the boat day one. And he still had he had plenty of Black Rifle in the boat yesterday. He was talking about pulling the paddle out and oaring back when the boat broke down because he had enough energy to do it. They said, no, they didn't do that. He had, like you say, Dustin Williamson brought him back. He's out there just in the zone.
Said he saw one boat all day, but it was so far in the distance that it didn't even matter. He couldn't even tell you what kind of boat it was. So certainly on around the mother lode by himself. It's every tournament angler's dream.
He did well there during practice, pulled up there during practice, caught a 4, caught a 5, and then yesterday pulled up there, boom, caught a good one, left it, came back, caught a good one. He's on the juice.
A lot of his big ones came after 10 yesterday as well, from what he was telling me. He said he caught a pretty quick limit for 15, 16 pounds, but he said he steadily cooled up, but went on a run where he caught 4 over 5, including a 6.
He said he was moving from one waypoint to another waypoint, and in between he noticed something on the graph. Let me check this out. I think he said he pulled a 5-pounder off of that one. Just in a good area, man.
It's not very often when you talk to the tournament leader doing what we do, B, and you're like, man, you excited tomorrow? He's like, yeah, I'm not sure I can get back.
Yeah.
Because he was still last night at 7 p.m. dealing with mechanical issues in the motor. But obviously he's back in his boat, looks like this morning, so he was able to get it fixed up and get back out there. But he wanted to be sure, and we've said it a couple of times here, but Dustin Williamson just helped him out. He called, they're running buddies. He called up Dustin. Dustin came and found him and took his fish back to Big Al, and he at least got to enjoy it via FaceTime whenever he broke that NPFL Day 1 record.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see. I'll be interested to hear how the boat was fixed because, like you say, it's 7 o'clock yesterday evening. He was
scrambling.
He was.
Even asked us, hey, you guys may have to help us out. Give me a shout out on social media to try to help me find a boat potentially. It's that bad. And so it looks like they got him fixed up.
See that Black Rifle Coffee on the back of that jersey? Sipping on that stuff myself this morning. Anybody out there looking to get some yourself? Go to blackriflecoffee.com. Use code BLASTOFF25 to get 25% off your subscription box. Fully customizable. Is that a word, customizable? Sounds pretty good. Yeah, man, you can pick the flavors you want. You can pick the order frequency or whatever the word is I'm trying to use. Yeah, blackriflecoffee.com, man. Go over your subscription box and use BLASTOFF25.
And to be honest, since they came on board.
You're going to be honest? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's rare. But in this situation, friend to friend, you need to slow down on the Black Rifle.
Dude, it gets me wound up, son.
It's like one chance at these suckers. It's kind of how it was yesterday. You catch one, maybe two, other than that first spot, and then you got to come back.
He certainly said he
rotating.
moved around a lot. He's not going far, but letting them ease up and moving along and coming back, and they set up, he catch another big one. So from Scott Siller, the Thriller, he's going to make a little move. We're going to move as well over to 4th place angler Danny Weems.
That's a healthy man right there.
Well, we just got over here to this ridge that I was fishing yesterday, and so far the fish seem to be biting different. They're biting a little funny today. I haven't put a keeper in the boat, but a couple other anglers right here, and they've caught some walleye and some drum. So the wind changed, I think, really kind of changed things, but we're hoping they'll move in and start catching some smallmouth here in a minute. You got a good one? All right. Randy got a good one over there, so
Cool.
maybe things will be changing here in a minute.
Little boat to boat. Kukral, another local to this area, and brought out the big guns, brought the walleye boat.
Yeah, he sure did, didn't he?
But he's certainly a local. He knows this area well. There we go.
Yeah, Randy got
Big
one.
smallie. Randy Cooper. Randy had a little over 16 pounds yesterday.
He's definitely a threat. He was one of the names we were hearing about coming up here.
That'll work.
Kukral stealing Danny Weems' camera time.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. They got a strong network, though. Weems travels with Drew Six.
Take him back to your dad. He'll like them walleye. All right.
Now, how did a Texas boy get hooked in with all these Ohio anglers is what I want to know. Smart
of a
for this
feather.
event.
Oh, yeah.
Networking. We were able to catch up with Danny this morning. This is our first time to cover him, and we were able to get a little morning interview with him to see how he feels headed
That's a cool
into
cat.
day 2, being in the top 5 here at stop number 5, Danny Weems.
Probably is. It is. He got them drift paddles on there. There's one right under the boat. See if we can get him to eat.
I think we're going to stay on Danny live here for just a few more moments. Is that Drew 6 over his shoulder there?
Possibly could be.
So that's the crew, the wrecking crew.
Yes, the wrecking crew.
Now I think we're
Definitely a
going to take a
different
look.
bite today than it was yesterday.
We're going to take a look at the Danny Weems piece that we got this morning, telling us all about being in the top 5. Texas angler, Danny Weems.
We watch that now?
Yeah, I think we're going to see it now.
Yesterday I was making a run 25, 30 miles, something like that, and up north of the islands. Had a little shoal that come out and some isolated boulders on it. Was able to get a 13 to 14 pound limit real quick. By 8:30 I had a limit, and the wind was changing. Once the wind changed, seemed like the bigger fish started moving in. About 10:30, I guess, is when it was. I started catching some 4-pounders and some bigger fish, and was able to call out some of those 2-pounders that I had. So basically, we're going to do the same thing today, going to the same spot. I was sharing the water with another competitor, so we'll see, who else is there today. But it's a pretty good size area, and so I feel comfortable that we'll be able to get in there and get a good limit early, and then we'll probably move around and hit some isolated boulders and stuff like that, trying to upgrade the limit that we have. So that's our plan for today.
All right, let's go to boat 85.
I like me some Danny Weems. Solid dude. Always good energy. Like I say, man, he's wall-to-wall treetop tall. Look like he's about 7.5 foot tall right there.
Sir?
First look at a little cranking action as well. We teased that a little bit. Brandon Perkins, who still hadn't made contact with Perkins.
He
He's still running this
smallmouth
morning.
on it. He caught a 4 1/4 smallmouth. It's worth throwing a little bit anyway.
When I talked to him last night, he said he
There
thought
one.
about. Uh-oh. Attaboy.
Come off right there under the boat. You think?
You got Drew on one side, Randy on the other. I'd have earplugs in. But no, I said he caught about 15, 16 fish yesterday. So he had a good day of fishing yesterday. Felt good about the day.
You caught a good limit of walleye yesterday, didn't you? It was crazy.
This is what you like to see. Like, they're having a big time
That's
out
right.
there. A bunch of buddies fishing the same flat, all doing well in the event. Friendly fire.
That's right. They more worried about who's catching dinner than who's going to try to win 50,000.
There's one.
Hooked up. That stopped it too, boy.
Ah, a little bitty. That ain't gonna make the trip.
Those treble hooks out of the way.
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
A little smallmouth will absolutely send a treble right into meat. While Danny cranks away out there, we're going to check in with our sponsors to make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. We'll see you guys back out on the water on the other side for more live action from Lake Erie.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer, so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Welcome back out to Lake Erie, Texas angler Danny Weems. Stop number 3 champ, stop number 2 champ. Drew 6 in the background there, Lake Hartwell. I can hear him.
Well, you can hear him. And he's no slouch on Erie.
Oh no, this is home water.
It is. He does well.
He told us after he won Hartwell that he really felt like he could give it a run to have 2 shields in one season.
He didn't have a terrible day yesterday.
Danny Weems, we're going to check back in with Dan Blacker. Fisherman Central's own, and B, you actually got to go to Sandusky on your way to the studio here and spend some time, and you've spent a lot of time there at Fisherman Central, but that's an impressive, impressive place.
VIP, son.
Yeah, so I was catching my fish up on the flats yesterday on a 1-foot break. I'm fishing some big rocks, but haven't caught any smallmouth yet. Had one on and didn't really get to feel the bite that good. Catching drum mostly. Can't really target the fish because waves keep knocking you out. I'd like to give a shout out to Fisherman Central, all my team there. Appreciate you guys holding down the fort for me, letting me fish. My partner Dave Wakeham sponsoring me. There's some fish down there. There's some big ones right there.
Yeah, man, Fisherman Central, strong group of people. But just if you guys have never been to a Fisherman Central, they have one in Akron,
Tell you,
Ohio.
this wind's got me confused.
Another one up here in Port Clinton. You guys ever get a chance, man, have mercy. 25,000 square foot of bass tackle in Akron. Over 32,000 square foot of tackle up here at Port Clinton.
Walleye should be biting pretty good today.
Words don't do it justice. But speaking of Fisherman Central, man, this is stop number 5, Sandusky Bay,
Just gonna have to
presented
run
by
around until I find them.
Fisherman Central.
They move every day. They move every hour, seems like.
He's trying to
Just run
find
and
those
gun
smallmouth
until
that are moving. We're going to move over to our day 1 leader, Scott Siller.
Siller the Thriller.
This morning, the overwhelming theme is certainly the conditions have changed, different wind direction. That brings different current, positions the fish. The guy that wins this thing takes home that shield, the $50,000. I mean, you're going to have to earn it, but you're going to have to adjust every single day. Maybe not areas, but boat position on those areas, maybe the size weight you're using on your drop shot, the bait. I mean, it's hooked up. Scott Siller. We've seen 4 of our 5 so far be in the top 5, with Brandon Perkins still making a run, it seems. We're in a no coverage area, and all the ones we talked to yesterday. Nice fish for Scott Siller.
Not as big as I thought. Good enough though.
Good keeper.
Little football.
There you go.
Most of the guys we talked to last night, they got off to a quick start yesterday.
Yes.
As soon as they pulled up limits of 15 plus pounds and were able to cull up, we're not seeing that this morning. So you can tell it's a big, big difference. And I don't necessarily think it's not fishing pressure. Like these fish, I think you get around them, they're going to bite. I just think that the guys are having trouble getting them dialed in here on the morning of day 2.
I caught about 3
So
other
we're back
ones at
over
different
to
spots,
Danny
but none
Weems.
would help me except that one. Let's see what we got here. That's smallmouth.
Hooked up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Get him, Danny.
Get out of the trolling motor.
And he's just having a time, man.
Danny.
I like it.
He's out there
Come
too.
on, man.
Oh, pop jumped to the boat.
Get him, boy.
Ah, get in the net. Thank you, Lord.
There we go.
That's a good one.
I'm over here leaning, trying to help him get it in the net.
I just think it's weird that you brought a net to the studio.
Well, hey, man, always come prepared.
Did you overnight that from Fisherman Central, or did you just bring it with you?
I carry one
More
with
like
me.
the kind we're looking for right there.
There you go.
It's
Good
a
fish.
4-pounder.
those Erie fish are built. I mean, they're so short and fat, man. They'll fool you too. They're always a little heavier, I believe.
They're dense, huh? It's funny seeing some of these guys will sit down, record all their weights, other guys won't.
I think that's such a mental thing. Danny Weems back
Come
over to
on,
Dan
bro.
Blackard, who looks like he might be tuna fishing now.
Take you for a boat ride.
Some difficulty there with Danny's video. Apologize. Spotty service in a lot of the areas, and we noticed that yesterday with our Way Live tracker, brought to you by Beatdown Mounts, that our guys are strongly encouraged or forced by you and I to use.
Oh, yeah.
And we had about 60 guys that didn't report a fish until late in the day when they got back
man, this
in.
is a international tournament.
No doubt about it.
Guys fishing Canadian water.
Worldwide.
Worldwide. There
Why
you
they're
go.
not eating. Yesterday I caught my biggest ones when it was almost slick calm and that sun was high and bright. And that's what I think it's going to take, is that sun to get up, but I don't think it's supposed to be too sunny today. I hope it does.
You talked about it being worldwide. Mr. International himself, James Watson, pops up. It's like Beetlejuice. You can't say it too many times, and we're getting word that we called up with the man, the myth, Mr. JMFW himself, out on Lake Erie.
Here we are, day number 2. We decided, as the camera crew goes, we decided to trailer the truck and boat all the way over here. We're at the mouth of the Detroit River. We're waiting on the crew. We see our first 2 boats pulling up in here. We're going to get behind somebody. There's some fish being caught up and around here, and as you can see, it's not it's not a slick ride out here. It's pretty bumpy. The guys had a hell of a trip, trust me, to get here. It wasn't easy. So day 2, it's going to be fun. It's going to be awesome. We're going to see some fish catches today. We're going to stay right here in this area and focus our efforts on the guys that are catching them here in the mouth of the Detroit River and Lake Erie.
That area is certainly a hot spot. The area of Blackard's in here, that Pelee Island area. You hear so much famed Pelee Island, Lake Erie. But the Detroit River, of course, connecting Lake St. Clair to Lake Erie. And as we enter a fall transition period for a lot of these fish, that Detroit River really gets stacked up with fish. And so obviously fishing at the mouth of it, those fish are starting to migrate that direction. We had several anglers do well in that area, and he's not lying. That's it's a treacherous little ride from Sandusky over there to the mouth of that river.
Must got an ugly color on.
Heard Blackard say just a little earlier, it's making it hard to use that forward-facing sonar in this weather, and it certainly does. And so many of our guys utilized that yesterday. Sheldon Collins was one. He said, "Man, I only had 6 bites all day long, and I lost a 5-pounder in one of my 6." But he said, I picked out everything that I basically caught, and threw at kind of deal. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult today.
It was a topic talking to some of the anglers about some of the guys were actually switching out trolling motors for longer shaft trolling motors, things of that nature. And Dan Blackard, he's fishing off of a Vexus. Very smooth, great riding boat, especially for these conditions. That boat does set a little bit higher, bows a little bit higher, which you might lose a few inches on that trolling motor.
All right, we're gonna have to go. I can't find them here. I can't make them eat here is what I should say.
Starting to hear some second guessing already early on day 2. But with a guide, that's that local curse.
That's right.
It can also be a blessing. We've seen it multiple times, but he's got a lot in the back of his head.
He does. He's open-minded, though, and talking to him yesterday, he kind of had a feeling this would happen. He's like, man, I know where the fish are at if they just stay in that same general area, but he's like, this time of the year, they just move. That wind
Like
shifts, they
legitimately, I
shift.
just had
They
two
zig,
bites
he
right there.
zags.
Unbelievable.
If it's going to calm down, it needs to start for these guys because it's bumpy. And that's not bad.
No.
That's not a Lake Erie bad day at all. But she's certainly not in the best mood this morning. Looks like Dan's going to make a little bit of a change, and we're going to change over to Danny Weems, the Texas angler. Just saw just a little earlier boat a nice 4-pound smallie.
Out there fishing with the boys.
We're right on the edge right here.
Right.
Yeah, they can put a bunch of different cards inside of it. So depending on where we're at, they use different carriers.
It automatically finds the carrier that you need, I guess. That's cool. Oh, there's one right below us. See if we can get him to bite.
Got one spotted up.
Here he comes. Here he comes. There he is.
All right. If you're not
Just
sold
out
on
here
forward-facing
dropping bombs.
sonar, come on, man. Get your life right.
Ah, he ain't that good, but he'll keep. Boy, they get fast.
Ain't that something? Saw it on the graph, dropped down to it, called a shot. Let's see if we can get him in the boat.
Him and his cameraman Phil were just out there just talking about life, love, and the pursuit of happiness. Oh, there's one. No big deal. I'm just going to drop down and catch him. Danny Weems.
In the right spot, doing the right thing.
Out of our leaders that we're covering today, Danny has certainly put 2 nice fish in the boat before anybody else. Early. On day 2 here, stop number 5, the National Professional Fishing League. It's a nice fish. Got some technical difficulties out there with Danny in service land, I believe. And speaking of somebody that hasn't been in service this morning, second place pro, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Finally caught up with him.
We've been on a boat ride. We just now pulled up and it's a little rough. I'm kind of relying on my active target quite a bit, and the trolling motor in and out of the water makes it tough. I caught one on my first cast, but it was not a big one. And yeah, I mean, we've been here about 5 minutes now. I've got 2 in the box. One of them's like a fish you put on the board, 14-incher, and one of them's a 2-pounder maybe. This south wind has got a bunch of junk blown in here, and it's kind of hard to crank right now. But we're gonna get after them. As long as we got some battery.
Perkins had battery issues yesterday with his cranking battery. He set on this spot without cranking the big motor for a long time. And when you don't crank that engine and you're running your live wells,
the
electronics
timing on these holes at all. Like yesterday, it was probably more like 10 or so when I started catching them here. But I'm gonna fire at me a drop shot.
Perkins said it took him an hour and 45 minutes yesterday to get to the promised land. And from the looks of it today, it's been about the same. Maybe even closer to 2 hours today. This south wind. 2 keepers in the box already for him.
That's got to be a kick to the gut when you pull up to that spot you loaded it up yesterday and you get that grass on that crankbait. But the way the Windy app says, that's one thing too about apps. We had this discussion when I was there on Erie with some of the anglers. Some of the guys use a certain app, other apps, and then the apps
like
don't always
little goby or a perch playing with it there.
Agree with each other as far as the forecast goes.
Whether you're a fisherman or a hunter, you know.
Oh yeah.
Little.
Weatherman is not your friend.
It's not good. I don't need them to be this size.
But you know, you can be standing in the parking lot.
Dadgummit, man.
Looking at that app. Oh yeah, it is. It's nice. 60 degrees and the wind, it says it's blowing 10, but it's not. And you go 10 miles offshore and it's like a hurricane.
True story.
From our number 2 angler, Brandon Perkins, back over to day 1 leader, Scott the Thriller Siller. Slower morning so far for Scott, like most of the anglers we're covering. Just a little different day, conditions-wise.
Something bit it. What's that?
Did it leave any for you?
Yeah, we're good.
We're curious to hear how Scott got that boat back on the water.
Yeah.
The boys back at the house want to know how you got your boat back on the water.
Well, Cannell, it was a Cannell, Jason Cannell, the Cannell boats. Hope I'm saying that right. I'm gonna feel awful if I'm not. I have to look it up, but the mechanic, Ben, went to a funeral yesterday, and so when I was idling in yesterday, I called the dealership and they said the mechanic wouldn't be back till 7, or he would come in at 7 to help me because he was at a funeral. So I went up there and was waiting and everything, and he showed up and stayed till midnight fixing my boat. We left about 5 minutes to 12 by the time he got it going, and basically I had something wrong with the lower unit, and so the owner, Jason, told Ben take the lower unit off of his boat and put it on my boat, and I got to return it on Saturday or Sunday. But yeah, it was pretty awesome service, and I can't say thank you enough to those guys for what they did. And you know, the sad thing was Ben, I asked him what funeral he was at, and I was kind of hoping that he was going to tell me it was, you know, his cousin's ex-wife's sister-in-law or something, and it turned out it was his grandma's funeral, so I felt really bad for him. But yeah, did a good job, worked his butt off, and we're out here fishing today. So
wow,
that's the fishing community right
It is,
there.
man.
Period. That's amazing.
Clemens Boats, Sandusky Bay, been in business since 1966. We went by and we talked to them. They rolled the red carpet out for our guys. They were helping our guys.
Official
left and right.
service shop, basically just for our anglers taking care of their needs this week.
Yeah, they
because
are
we don't,
boat dealer,
other
they
than Power
just-
Pole, our
right.
great friends at Power Pole, we don't have any service crews here this week, and so
They are definitely our service provider for this event, man, and they have done nothing but a great job. You just heard, man, like the mechanic was at a, golly, he was at a funeral for his grandmother and came to save
Shout
the day
out
for
to
Scott
Ben.
Siller. Yeah, man. Good stuff out there by Clemens Boats. You guys in the neighborhood need anything done, that's who you give your business to. Any kind of service work. Wow.
yeah, like we had said at the top of the show, we talked to him at 7 o'clock last night, and
Didn't
he
know what
actually
was
told
going
me, he said with the noise, he said, I don't think it's my lower unit, but it ended up being lower unit.
Wow.
Interesting.
Didn't get done till midnight, back on the water this morning.
Tiller hooked up.
What you got, Scott?
I don't think this is a bass. I think we got a sheep's head. But maybe not. It's hard to say.
That's always a good surprise.
It's a bass.
Attaboy.
Oof. Sucker just rolled up there and stopped for him. It's like, oh, hey.
You got him trained.
Want to go for a ride. Oof.
A better fish.
Sweet.
A bit more meat right there than the first one he put in the boat. And that's the pace he's going to need.
Oh, he's
Just
bleeding.
keep stepping on the gas heading into Showdown Saturday.
Yeah, man, 26 pounds ain't worth nothing on the first day if you can't follow it up
Right,
day 2,
gotta
day
back
3,
it up.
right?
Why the heck is that one not filling up?
Nice fish for Siller. We're going to say 2 for around 7.
Sounds good.
All right.
Maybe a hair more.
Fizz this one.
Fish cares always at the
His tail.
top of the list for our anglers, and so he's going to fizz this fish right here. Good stuff. Lesson to all you anglers out there. It's going to place the fish down in the water, and you're actually going to see the bubbles come out from its swim bladder, and that'll help that fish swim better in the live well. If you've ever caught one deep and just threw it in the box, they'll turn upside down. It's really stressful on the fish.
You got some guys that'll fizz it, some guys will put fin weights on it, things of that nature.
Yeah, clean this out and then we'll fizz that one too. I think I'll fizz him in this one since it's not running. We can see the air bubbles come out then.
That's it. You got to be dialed in because you're out there setting in chop.
Who's this?
Uh-oh. Who that?
Come here, buddy.
Beautiful fish.
Dang it. See the bubbles coming out? Oh no.
Belly on that fish. A lot more weight than the first one that he caught.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So he talked about yesterday not having anybody out there with him except for one person.
He's got a friend today.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, has a friend.
Oh, them boys are local boys. Might just be watching. That could be our. Don't know. It could be Bobby and Terrence out there.
I just expect to see like Watson shirtless in that boat, you know. With Brad Fuller driving.
Both of them eating foot-long corn dogs. Let's ride around.
Scott told me last night, just basic smallmouth stuff. Nothing fancy, drop shot. Live scope, 360s using a combination of both. That forward facing.
That wind's supposed to be laying down as the day progresses. Seems like that wind is just steadily picking up.
You know, I'll take 5 like that, man. I'll be happy with that. I wish I knew how much they weighed. My scale's off, but
Scales off.
yeah, that 6-pounder yesterday on my scale weighed 2 pounds 6 ounces. So yeah, I'm like, all right. Pretty sure it wasn't working good.
Get that scale out if we catch 5 2-pounders.
Well, hell, it worked great for
Danny found a little real estate there on the bottom of Lake Erie. Still in that same area we saw him in off the jump this morning.
Taking full advantage of that pedestal seat.
That is one thing you see in most northern tournaments. You're going to see even the tough guy is going to have the pedestal seat up there, the butt seat to lean against, because that balance can be tricky.
It makes for a long day out there without that.
You definitely sleep good either way.
I talked to Dustin Perry during his first day of practice. He made a run out and forgot his pedestal seat. He said he lasted about 4 or 5 casts. He said that was it. Pull the trolling motor up and come on back to the house.
We're good.
Got his pedestal seat.
We're good.
Yeah.
You might as well just sit crisscross applesauce up there. You're not going to have
Indian
it.
style, like in kindergarten.
Yeah. Duck, duck, goose. Might as well. Fished an event one time out of Buffalo in Lake Erie, and I spent most of it just basically on the front deck on my knees praying to God that the wind would stop blowing.
Yeah, I'm good on
you
all
couldn't
that.
stand up. I mean, you could just, it was wild, man.
I'm a big fan of fishing, but I'm good on all that noise. I'll see y'all back at the house.
You'll have supper waiting?
I'll be eating supper. Y'all make y'all's own supper. All the fools that went out there and dealt with it, I'm good. If I got to go out of the water, sit on the front of my knees, ain't happening, buddy. That's why I'm sitting in here in the studio with you. I'm good on that life.
Poor Watson.
Yeah, poor Watson.
Out there.
Said no one ever.
Bobbing around like a buoy.
I'm sure he's laid up in the cove eating snacks.
Danny Weems back over to Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Champ of
Caught all my big ones cranking
stop
yesterday.
number 4.
And this grass is going to keep me from doing that.
Our inaugural season. I was really excited about this crankbait pattern last night.
Yeah, I reckon. There he is.
Hooked up.
Don't feel giant. We're about to find out. He's coming up out there. No, he ain't big. He looks like a largemouth. It is.
He's lost.
Man, oh man, oh man. I'm about to say that one did not feel like a big one.
Easy, Bobby.
Cramp down. I gotta weigh that in. I'm in trouble anyway. Although it was a keeper.
I like the confidence.
Oh my gosh, I'm in 5 pounds of grass.
Throw back a keeper so you don't have to mess with it later. You see that a lot on these smallmouth tournaments where guys are getting a lot of bites. What are you doing there, B? Early day 2.
I'm throwing it in the box, buddy. That's what I'm doing. I can tell you right now, it's going in my box. If it measures, it's going in the box, buddy.
I
Promise.
don't mind to get a little dirty later culling.
I don't mind at all. Give me that limit. Get that monkey off my back.
And I agree with him. Catch 22 pounds, 1 ounce first day. That fish is certainly not the caliber he brought in yesterday. But
No, if I
yeah, I have a hard time throwing back keepers until.
Especially when you're not catching them the way you did the day before. He's
Right.
dealing with different conditions.
He said he had 17 pounds yesterday so fast it would make
I
your
agree.
head
I
spin.
think it would have been in the box. I promise you that.
Brandon Perkins back out to Stu Martell. Hadn't checked in with Stu in a little bit. 5th place angler coming into today, a little over 21 pounds on day 1. Told me he's fishing some man-made structure, and he's not a liar. Here we go. I like that.
Yeah, man.
You and I interview all of our anglers, and sometimes we like to compare and contrast what we get told versus what happens on the live stream.
Bring me up to date there, buddy. Well, I'm having trouble here. The smallmouth bite for me is not great. The clouds this morning really had them roaming around. They were not on top of the rocks like they should be. I just caught my first, dink off the top of a rock, big boulder. It's tough, and this is what I was afraid of yesterday. I was thinking the tournament as it proceeds along is only going to get tougher and tougher, but I could be wrong. Someone might be smashing them somewhere. I don't know. I just got to do my thing. We're going to island hop here in a minute. I'm fishing a largemouth spot here right now with no success. I think I'm going to try one more smallie spot, and if it doesn't pay off, I'm gonna break up with the smallies for the day. I'm gonna quit dating them and go fish for largemouth for the rest of the day. On the main shoreline, the mainland, rather than the islands. I'm just popping a tube. That's all I'm doing. That probably was a rock, but we better check it again. Some grass down there. My day has been non-eventful so far. That's fishing, man. You got to figure it out. Otherwise, you end up at the bottom.
That's it, buddy.
Each day is different. All right, Rick, we're going to make another move. Actually, kind of a short move for now. Right over to the other side. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to island hop.
Stu's going to make a move. We're
One
going
of
to jump
these
back over to
islands has a
Scott
party
Siller,
going.
day 1 leader. That massive 26-pound bag of smallmouth. Off to a slower start today, but he's got a couple quality fish in the box.
Yeah, had a very interesting day yesterday. Like you say, cracked 26 pounds, boat broke down, had to have someone else bring his fish in. Got to watch his fish being weighed in on stage by Big Al McCullough via Skype or FaceTime.
I was a kid from Wyoming, spent an adult life in Milwaukee, now retired and in Florida, know how to find bass on Lake Erie.
Well, I do have some history out here. I fished the Bassmaster Open in 2013. That was like the first time coming out here, and then I spent quite a bit of time for that tournament, and I fished a couple other tournaments out here. So yeah, I've got some history here. And plus, in Wisconsin, I fish Sturgeon Bay a lot, and so the smallmouth deals, I've been doing it for a while, so it kind of helps having that experience.
Any similarities between this and Sturgeon Bay?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, as far as the rock and shell beds, things like that. But usually in Sturgeon Bay, I don't fish this deep, so that'd be about the biggest difference for me. Sturgeon Bay, you can catch them on crankbaits and spy baits and hair jigs and things like that. Out here in 25 feet of water, that's a little tougher. So. a good spot right
And our
here.
cameraman Scott talking there. Siller does have an interesting story, man. Like,
does.
Grew up in Wyoming, ended up in Wisconsin, now resides in Florida. He's been all over the place. We covered him last year at the Harris Chain, day one down there.
But I do like fishing this deep, you know, these deep rock humps and stuff. It's a lot of fun. Offshore fishing.
You don't miss it when it's cold out, though.
Yeah, no, huh?
He's
But, you know,
definitely-
getting dialed in down in Florida over the last, I've been down there 2 years now, and, you know, I'm kind of just starting to learn the lake, you know, for what they do in January and February. I had a little history, but, you know, this is like the second summer fishing them, and then when the NPFL goes down there in October, it'll be my second fall. But I didn't really fish a whole lot down there in October last year, so it's going to be interesting. But that style of fishing is a lot of fun. I'm getting used to the whole flipping deal, and all right, make one cast of these guys. I felt like we hit that one really good.
Coming into this event, you know, 26 pounds was a number we heard a lot because there was a VFL prior to when we came. Guys won that catching 26 pounds 2 days in a row. And then coming into this event, you know, I don't know if we're going to hit it. And sure enough, Scott Siller goes up there and cracks it, 26 pounds. Let's see if he can do it 3 days in a row. What's the likelihood of that?
I think it's going to be hard to back up.
Yeah.
To be consistent, I mean, obviously, this fishery is good enough to kick that out. I think with what we're seeing this morning with the change in conditions, it's going to make it a little trickier. But you never know. He figures out exactly how they've set up on the humps a little bit different today, and he cracks another 25 like it's nothing. Takes 5 drops, and he's on his way back to Fisherman Central to take them to Al McCullough. So
That's it.
he's off to a great start. He's building that foundation that we always talk about. But for Scott, it's 5-pounders or nothing. You know what I mean? When you have that day he had yesterday, he's not going to be happy with anything less than that.
Hey man, you brought something up good going back to Fisherman Central. Anybody in the neighborhood up there around Port Clinton, the weigh-in is going to be at Fisherman
How's that?
Central.
You're going to learn all those southern lakes and waterways, and you know all the northern ways, and there's going to be no weaknesses in your armor. You may dominate for 10 years.
My weakness is I make horrible decisions. God, man, just one 5-pounder today. Just get us up into that 20-pound mark, and we're golden. Y'all want to trade boats? Y'all want to trade boats? Damn it. I want to get my bait.
We're going to let Siller negotiate that trade, and
There
we're
you
going to
go.
check back in with Ohio's Dan Blackert. And I don't blame him for trying to go walleye.
Oh, no.
You know, it's the reason those boats are designed the way they are for this kind of water. The deep V is very popular amongst most Great Lakes anglers for good
There's
reason.
a bunch of fish up here. I don't know if they're drum.
There we go.
That's a smallmouth.
Oof.
Little one.
And for a second, it looked like it was giving him a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big one, but he'll keep. Come These things that live in this current, man, they're so tough. Come here. Finally. Almost a 4.
Attaboy.
Good first fish for Dan Blackard. I've heard his wheels turning a little bit this morning. So much history here. You know, that he called a shot on that. He said all of a sudden a lot of fish just showed up.
Top dead center. Yeah, 3, probably 3s.
Nice fish. That's what you were talking about right there. B's using a fin clip.
There you go.
Instead of trying to fizz the fish. You see, of course, the fin clip's just got a heavy weight on the bottom. It helps keep that fish upright in the well and not as stressed out. Back over to Danny Weems.
I know I keep saying it, man. He's a wall-to-wall treetop tall, son. He's a hoss. And just nice as can be, too, man. Danny's a good dude, full of good energy. Talked to him several times out there on the water, covering him. He's a cool cat. Talked to him last night. He was just full of positive vibes.
What you got, Drew? Oh, boy.
This is definitely where the party's at.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. You're good at catching drum.
I feel like somebody's going to pull up in a party barge with a grill with hot dogs and hamburgers before. So yeah, I feel like this is where we're missing out.
They're living La Vida Loca. It is Labor Day weekend.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, it's acting funny, isn't it? There's one.
There you
Hooked
go.
up.
Smallmouth
Danny
tail
Williams.
walking on me. Ah. Good. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
You just heard over his shoulder there, Lake Hartwell champ, Drew 6.
About time I got a
He
number.
caught a
Let me
drum.
grab this cold tag out of here.
I mean, is Danny going to rub that in? You got to rub it in, right?
Got
With
to.
a smallmouth?
Got to.
He's starting to chip away at it.
Oh, yeah. Like I say, he told me yesterday he caught 15, 16 fish yesterday, and it's obvious that they're around him.
Party flat. Good fish for Weems there. Getting word that our second place pro coming into today, Brandon Perkins, is doing a little work. Check in with the Tennessee Pro. Check out a replay of a fish catch that took him half the morning to get to his area. And
been fighting grass.
He ain't big either. He's bigger than what I got.
the only negative about Brandon's day one, other than, I guess, two
Breaking
negatives,
down,
other
yeah.
than the battery issue,
Maybe a 3-pounder.
had quite a bit of company in this area. There's a dozen or so of our guys.
Let's get him in though. There's 2 with it.
People can talk about nets all they want.
It don't make it easy.
It
if you're
does
using
not.
it. It gives me
Doing it by
anxiety.
yourself is.
Every time I watch a man pick a net up this morning,
Not
I'm like,
big.
oh boy. There
Maybe
you go.
2 3/4. Good Lord.
Good fish from Perkins. Again, not the kind of fish that made up his 22 pounds yesterday, but getting the foundation. I bet he don't just chunk that one over the side though. What do you think?
Decent.
Yeah.
Not what we need.
I like that winning mentality though. Hero or zero.
Yeah. I hear you.
Right, now we're going back on the water live. Brandon Perkins. Brandon just had a fantastic inaugural season.
Absolutely.
Last year in the league and was leading angler of the year going to the final event. Won stop number 4, narrowly finished in second place at stop number 5 at Lake Winnebago, and then had a mechanical issue on his way back in. Showdown Saturday at Grand Lake that cost him the angler of the year title. And Keith Carson was able to hoist that progressive AOY shield, the golden shield.
Keith having a good tournament here at Sandusky. Out there showing them how that aluminum boat works in this big water.
It's different. Just a little rougher. Harder to troll around and find those small little schools. I mean, it's not like I got anything dialed in. I'm running a bunch of different spots, but this is primarily where I caught the bigger ones. And I know I got a short day and don't know how long I'm gonna get with my cranking battery. So I'm trying to hang out here where the big ones at least live, I think. But it's different. I mean, I'm not able to crank because of all the floating eelgrass, or whatever grass it is. It looks like eelgrass. But so I'm firing around my drop shot on my bait casting setup because I suck with a spinning pole. But you know, I got 3, I think, in the live well. It kind of happened in flurries yesterday morning. Like I would go 10, 15 minutes without a bite, and then I'd catch 3 or 4 in a row. Some pretty good ones mixed in. So as long as, you know, I'm not down and out. Yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, I had maybe even 10. I had like a 3 and a 2. So, and I feel like I got, you know, a 2 3/4 and a 2, and then a little baby. I caught another keeper. It somehow escaped. That's the jam right there. Every time you reel in. But we'll see. I'm not down yet. I'm more concerned about, honestly, about battery life and what I'm gonna be able to do. Golly, I threw a drop shot right in a clump. But my biggest concern right now is not fish. I feel like they're gonna fire at some point. I'm around a bunch. I caught a lot of fish yesterday. So just wanna make sure that I've still got some battery available for when they do actually start biting.
Brandon, want to give a shout out to Mike Corbishley, who's in the same area. Mike had 15 pounds yesterday, but he brought Perkins 22 pounds back to Big Al McCullough there at Fisherman Central. And then left Brandon to deal with the nightmare of figuring out how he was going to get his boat back to Sandusky. And it took a while.
My back hurts, I know that. maybe. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one unless he's got me in the grass. And he's got me in some grass.
Stood him up a little bit.
Come on,
Notice
man.
that bait caster instead of a spinning rod.
Yeah, man.
Figure I'm a long way from snaring him. It's not a big one, but it'll help. It's bigger than the two I ain't got. God, they're so strong.
So used to seeing him fishing offshore, just assume he's a spinning rod guy, but just said a few minutes ago.
Golly, why are they so tiny today?
Not his thing.
They're not big ones.
That's a testament, though, to the technology we see in rods and reels, whether it be spinning tackle with the light braid, with the fluorocarbon leaders a lot of guys use. But, I mean, if you want to just go straight fluorocarbon, some of these bait cast reels now are set up for throwing lighter tackle. They change more and more every year, and you're starting to see this more often than not.
I got hooks.
A lot of guys just do not like a spinning reel.
No. It's becoming a trend that the finesse bait caster.
Needed to retie anyway.
It's a trend.
Four,
It's
not a big
picking
one.
up for sure.
For finesse jigs, little small, yeah.
Get down in there. I don't need all them.
He needs to
When we
take
ain't
those
riding.
over to the party flat with Danny Weems.
Okay.
Danny may be on one of those before the end of the day.
No
I feel
doubt.
like.
So I'm going to do a little retie. Need to anyway.
What?
Might as well drift a drop shot while you're retying, right?
You did pick up a spinning reel there.
Be dumb not
Made us
to.
look silly. They always do.
Don't take
Oh,
his
yeah.
rod. Had to borrow a spinning pole from my brother. It's not something I frequently utilize. All right, let's see here. Prop up right there, maybe.
Some of you at
See
home
who's
may think
quicker.
he's catfishing. That's actually a really good way to catch some smallmouth up here as you drift around. And a lot of times when you catch one, you heard Brandon earlier on the replay say, oh, there's two with him. Fire another bait in there while you re-rig. Always use every second you can.
About my bug. Pretty sure I set on my freaking hook.
I caught a 6-pounder like that at St. Clair one time. I'm not proud of the fact that I wasn't even really fishing when I caught it, but I did. But I did catch
There
it.
it is.
Catches a catch.
So cool.
NPFL pro Michael Brewer was in the boat with me when it happened. He still likes to laugh until it starts. Like, I was with Luke when he caught one of the biggest smallmouth of his life, and he wasn't even holding the rod when it happened. Rod starts going out of the boat. I pick it up. 6-pounder.
Big Belly Kelly.
But the gobies these smallmouth feed on are always really tight to the bottom. That's why you see a lot of guys drag the drop shot. You're dragging a tube directly on the bottom to mimic that bait fish that really made all these fisheries explode up here. I mean, they're just a protein snack, and these smallmouth are obsessed with them. And so you throw it out there, and that thing is just laying out there, comes across one's nose. He's going to bite
I feel
it.
like it is going to get yanked on.
Like him retying too.
I really don't know. I Google searched this knot for my drop shot hook. I seriously YouTubed this junk.
Oh boy.
I don't fish this sissy stuff very often.
Uh-oh.
Shots fired.
Man.
Just rigging up my drop shot hook. spitting on it a little bit, you know.
There you go, lube it up, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what that knot's called, but it's pretty neat. Let's see here. Probably just made my leader too short, but with the grass. But I don't know, man. We've got so much eelgrass that I can't. It's not. I mean, it's floating eelgrass, but I cannot get my plug through there, and it's making it difficult. I can get bites on a drop shot, and could the entire practice. I just hadn't caught. I think I weighed one yesterday on a drop shot. Just not catching any big ones. But so I prefer to crank, and that's more my style. I'm a fan of cranking offshore, just not cranking offshore around eelgrass. That's why I don't fish Gunnersville. But
if you have been to Gunnersville in the last 5 years, you know what he's talking about. Floating eelgrass
I feel more
everywhere.
comfortable with.
Coming. That eelgrass is becoming more and more prevalent on a lot of our fisheries, and it does. The wind will actually rip it up, and it causes it to float, and whichever direction the wind is blowing, that's where it's going to end up. And man, it can really, really mess up an area. It happens a lot of times on the Tennessee River, especially. I've dealt with it down in Florida a good
Anything
bit.
with an exposed hook, treble hook, anything like that.
It's just game over, man. And it'll actually run down your line, even if it doesn't get on the bait. When the bait first hits the water, when you're cranking, it'll actually go down there, and it's a absolute hot mess. And that's what Brandon Perkins ran almost 2 hours to find this morning. But he's adjusting, he's putting fish in the boat, just like a lot of our anglers are having to do today here on day number 2, stop number 5. And we're going to take a look back at some of the morning's highlights here as we enter the 10 o'clock hour out there on Lake Erie. 6 million acres of water. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's okay. Scott Siller, our day 1 leader, doing work this morning. Not as fast and furious as day 1 for him, but some quality fish in the boat already.
Come on, man. Get in there, baby.
And if you're just tuning in, Danny Wing's having a party with a couple of his running buddies, Randy Kukral and Lake Hartwell champ Drew Six. They're having fun this morning.
There he is.
Calling their shots.
Oh, get him, Danny.
Trash talking each other.
Get in the net.
All the guys we're covering, Danny has certainly put several fish in the boat. The most fish, I would say, of anybody we're covering this morning. Out of our top 5.
Perkins making the best out of it, like you said. Made it back out to where he was yesterday, catching them in just different conditions. A little bit slower start for Siller, but he's still making it work.
That was a nice fish right there, the second fish from Siller. And to our knowledge, only has 2 in the box. Did a lot of his damage after 10 o'clock yesterday, though. And Perkins said the same thing.
Right.
Most of his weight after 10 yesterday. Dan Blackard, Fisherman Central Pro, with some meat in the box. We're going to take a look now. Beautiful Lake Erie and the unofficial leaderboard. Of course, all of our anglers are strongly encouraged to use that Way Live leaderboard. And surprise, surprise, unofficially, Gary Atkins, the champ from Saginaw Bay, putting those smallmouth on the Atkins diet. And he told us up there after that event, better watch me at Sandusky. I've got history there. He'd never been to Saginaw Bay, takes the W. No surprises there at all.
But he's a threat for the rest of the season. He's a threat for this tournament. He's a threat for Progressive AOI. He's a threat for Florida. Like, it could be the Gary Atkins show, son.
No doubt about it. Trent Palmer, unofficially in second place. Trent was an angler I talked to coming out of practice that was extremely confident. He put 19 pounds plus on the scales yesterday, a little bit below the pace he thought he was going to be able to set. I mean, he was really, really fired up. But you can see there this morning, unofficially in second place. Chad Randall's another guy that blasted over 19 yesterday in third place. Kukral, right there, he's sharing that flat with Danny Wings,
yes,
unofficially in fourth place. Matt Massey, who was just outside of our progressive top 10, in the Angler of the Year standings in 11th place. Matt unofficially in 5th. Mike Corbishley out there in that same area as Perkins. Cooper in 7th place. Ryan Satterfield in 8th. John Hookup Sokup in 9th. And Scott, the Thriller Siller, with his day one weight, unofficially hasn't updated that weigh live, still in 10th place. So, of course, we like to say this over and over and over. Everything becomes official when they make it back to Fisherman Central this afternoon and bring these bass to Big Al McCullough, who's going to bring the boom this afternoon starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And yesterday we had 60 guys by the time the weigh-in started that hadn't even entered a bass on the weigh live out due to cell service and the coverage we've got out here. So the unofficial leaderboard today, that weigh live presented by Beatdown, it's going to look strange all day long.
It's going to be all over the place.
It's going to be a lot different, and it was yesterday.
Yeah, but don't get scared. Don't freak out. Your boys are catching them.
No doubt about it.
They just can't put them in. Like I said, this is an international tournament, worldwide. Like we said earlier, you got guys making that run to Canada, fishing Canada waters, and they say once they get to that Canada border, that the signal's kind of wishy-washy.
Oh, they ping around, and your phone's connected to one, and you're not getting those weights to go in. We saw that a bunch yesterday. We've seen it with camera service today. It's a tricky area to be in, and it's tricky to cover this event. And we would like for the weigh live to be a little more accurate, just to try to tell the story, because like we were talking to Watson last night, he goes, guys, I ran around this place, beat my kidneys out in my bass boat, and I saw 2 of our anglers all day. Yeah. It is a very difficult venue to cover.
It's large. What do they say? This thing, I've got notes here. Believe it or not, I have notes, guys. Let's find some of these notes.
Newton, the note professional.
Here we go. Everybody ready for this? This Lake Erie is 241 miles across, all right? 57 miles north to south, all right, Bobby? 10,000 square miles of water. It's incredible. Is that accurate?
Seems like a lot.
It seems like a lot.
I feel like anybody that tunes into you and I covering bass fishing don't really care about numbers at all that you and I come up with. Did you found those on Google though? I'm assuming.
I typed some. It's what came up. Yeah, it was on Google.
As long as you didn't figure any of that, I think we're good to go.
It is written in crayon.
I did notice the red crayon over there. Any surprises so far today?
Yeah, I'll be honest. Yes. Here's some surprises. I was hoping to see more fish caught. We're not seeing the fish caught that were caught yet.
The
numbers, yeah. But a lot of the guys were saying later in the day. And that wind starts out a little bit blowing harder in the morning, lays down in the afternoon. And you want guys that want that cloud cover to go away. And you're seeing some of these anglers throughout the camera, you're seeing some of that overcast starting to dissipate.
For sure.
That sun's starting to break through.
That's what I was going to say. Sun's starting to pop out. Yes. We're starting to see a few more fish catches. I think things are going to change. Of course, we have several hours with you left here on NPFL Live. We're going to get back out on the Lake Erie and catch up with our day one leader, Scott the Thriller Siller.
There you go. Zoom into that Black Rifle Coffee, huh? Go to blackriflecoffee.com. Use that code BLASTOFF25 and get 25% off of that subscription box. That's right, guys. You can go there. You can subscribe. You can pick this flavor, that flavor. You can pick the frequency of the orders being delivered. You can do it all at blackriflecoffee.com. Just remember to use that code BLASTOFF25 and tell them Fat Cat sent you. Make sure you say something bad about Luke. I'm just kidding, buddy. Just trying to be funny. Doesn't always work.
Okay. Imagine Black Rifle's inbox filled up with comments about me.
It wouldn't be the first inbox to fill up negative comments about you.
No, not at all.
I do want to talk about something, though. We're watching them cut and retie, and I think some people might have a misconception thinking that you're fishing open water, you shouldn't have line issues or anything, but like the structure beneath the surface is pretty abrasive, isn't it? Like you have to be on top of your line care.
And that was Scott last night telling you and I both, a lot of isolated boulders, broken rock in these areas that are holding the bait, holding the smallmouth that he's fishing for. And these guys are using 6, 7, 8 pound line. You don't want to play around with that. Any little nick, you get a fish that makes a surge at the boat, it's got just the smallest imperfection in it, it's going to cost you money. And with $50,000 on the line tomorrow, certainly don't want to take any chances.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, I will.
Oh, he's changing colors.
but not baits. And did Fisherman Central have any flatworms?
Oh,
when you were there?
you want them, they got them, son. I don't know how many they sold, but they have a plethora of flatworms. You can go to fishermancentral.com and buy all you want. I'll tell you one of the ones that's been working for some of the anglers that I won't say who, but the old, what was it, Mango Madness?
Mango Magic, I believe.
Mango, don't holler at me. No, it was something like that.
I think that was Atkins. That was the Atkins diet at Saginaw.
Okay,
I
all
like
right.
that color. So it's going to get re-rigged with that flatworm. I'm getting worried. We've got a little boat-to-boat action.
Let's go.
I believe the Wombat and James Worldwide Watson are actually doing some work this morning.
Nice.
Check in. Blake Felix, 6th place pro from yesterday.
Blake Felix, Mr. TikTok. Got a strong TikTok following.
Detroit River, hooked up.
Look at him. A little different scenery.
Blake just missed having a live camera with him in the boat. Looks like he's got a media professional with him
There
today.
we go.
Documenting this tournament. Our anglers are allowed to do that. One of the cool things about the league, saw a lot of anglers practicing with family members during the event. It's a family affair.
It looks big.
Very cool.
There you go.
You hear Watson there in the background. He's awake. It's good.
Oh, he's on it. Attaboy.
Blake Felix led on our unofficial leaderboard yesterday most of the day. He got off to a very fast start once he got to his area, and it took a long time for him to get there. In the mouth of that Detroit River. He's actually in the river this morning.
And that's a spot that looks smooth now. They talk about later today and especially tomorrow, it's going to get big. Because up this way, the boats are barges. These boys got full. It's going to be interesting up that way. Wouldn't you say? All the local traffic.
I don't think that you'll see it this smooth tomorrow in this area
Plug
at
'em
all.
in.
His boat's not going to be sitting level very often. After 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow, the boys are going to be having a time.
Oh yeah. But right now it's nice and smooth for him. He's able to punch everything into that beat down way live tracker for us.
Is Watson ordering
Fuck, it's 10 o'clock.
Travis lines around?
We're gonna have the shortest day ever.
Thank you.
I think he was ordering snacks.
You want bounce?
Aggressively.
Yeah, go find someone else just to
Okay.
He's hungry. He's hungry.
can a lot of live footage.
There's 3 of them out there in that red circle.
We're good.
Jordan Nettles is out there too, yeah, that Brad sent.
Got a
They're
lot,
gonna play that fish
lot of
catch
current
back here in a
breaks.
second. Then we might be live.
First fish catch.
No, this one.
We're going to jump back over to Brandon Perkins.
Oh, Blake just lost one right at the boat. Looked like. Come on, button on him. It's a change of scenery.
Check on them fish. Probably pump a little water in. I'm gonna put a couple fish in. Supposed to enter them in.
There you go. Look at him.
I will.
Enter him in there, Perkins. That beat down Mountain Way Live tracker updated, son.
And jump from Perkins back over to Stu Martell.
There's a mag.
There we go.
Oh, now he doesn't feel so big.
That happened.
Or he doesn't know he's hooked yet. Nope, he's big. Oh, he's big enough.
Get him, Stu.
Slow down, go weightless, and you will be rewarded.
Let's write that down.
Oh, just broke that hook off of there.
There you go.
I gotta locate the hook. Tell me he went down his throat.
Stu said he was going to go.
Where'd the hook go, though?
Mess with some largemouth, but he's.
How did the hook disappear? It broke off my line. Hopefully it fell down in there because it is not in his throat at all. It's not in his
Oh, we
gills.
must sit down and shake it out.
I don't know where the hook went, but
Keep checking for it.
a little better.
There you
A
go,
little better.
Stu.
Not a giant mag, but I'll take it on a day like today.
5 in the box, buddy.
We're gonna go right here with this one. We're gonna get rid of that and go over there.
See the ice in there.
Oh, yeah.
Even though this water temperature in this part of the world, it doesn't get that warm, but it's certainly warm to those smallmouth in that live well. They really don't like when it's in the 70s at all.
We saw Dan Blackett earlier. He had ice as well.
Sorry.
Tell me about that move.
Well, the move we made was to another winded grass point. And that's a really good sign that I made one drift. I cannot get, sometimes I can't get bit jerking or pulling a tube on a tube jig. Sometimes I have to go weightless with a Carolina rig. This is just a finesse Carolina rig, believe it or not. Half ounce finesse, but with a weightless Texas rig, 4-inch tube on the back of it, pulling, letting the drift just pull us along. So we're gonna keep with this for a little while. I can't complain. It's not the most exciting way to fish, but for me it's a bite, and so we're gonna play with it and see what happens. And I mean, I'll drift tubes for the rest of the day. If I keep getting bites like that, I'll be happy.
What do you think that one?
2.5 maybe. It's not a big. It hit like a mag, but it's not a giant.
It's an old school technique right there, that floating that tube behind the Carolina rig.
I'll give it one more fish. If it's another 2.5, then we out.
We out.
I did catch some bigs in here during practice, so I gotta give it a shot. What am I looking for here?
Stu's gonna.
There we go.
Stu's gonna sort it out there and re-rig a little bit, and we're gonna check back in with the party man himself, Danny Weems.
Kicking the bottom.
See, that's more my speed right there. Using that pedestal to its full potential.
Seems like it's calmed down a little bit in the area that Danny's in. Maybe some audio issues with Danny, but we're going to go check in with our customers, our sponsors that make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we're going to have uninterrupted coverage with Danny out there, brought to you by Fully Loaded. And we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Lake Erie.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local Pro Guide dealer.
Welcome back to Lake Erie. I'm Brandon Perkins, a Tennessee pro. Very familiar with hoisting a shield. Started the morning in second place. Trying to add another one to the mantle this week. Here at stop number 5.
And made that long run to his first spot where he did great yesterday and was welcomed by some unwelcome grass. He's fighting eelgrass all morning. He'd rather be cranking, but he's been doing some of that drop shot on a rod he had to borrow from his brother because he doesn't own a spinning rod. See some of that blue sky trying to peek through that overcast. That
It looks
sun.
like it's calming down a little bit
It does,
too.
man.
See a boat in the distance there. Perkins thought there were a dozen or so competitors in this general area yesterday with him.
And when you talked to him yesterday, how many bites was he getting? Was he?
Oh, his exact words were, "I caught way too many." Because he said he caught so many 3-pounders yesterday that just would not help him. And he said, man, you never know down the stretch when you might need that fish. But I think he caught, more than 25 or so fish yesterday. And it was interesting. He said one spot he already had his weight, and when he realized he was having battery issues, he went to move from a place that he pulled up and caught a couple that didn't help him, and he was about to get out of there and let it rest and save it for today. Goes to crank the motor, nothing. Mike Corbishley is fishing close. Perkins waves him in, lets Corbishley fish the spot. Corbishley catches 15 pounds and then takes his fish back.
That's how it went down?
That's how it went down. That's how it went down yesterday.
I'm down with that kind of
Very
deal.
cool.
Yeah,
Very
that
cool.
is cool, man.
Waves Mike in and, okay, I need some help. Mike's like, hey, I throw a couple times.
Help too, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I dig that. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that was a situation. Deal with that eelgrass.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to matter what, which technique he's using. He's having to fight it for sure. What's amazing to me, if you've ever dealt with this, you know what I'm talking about. It's like it just appears out of nowhere. Where does it come from? He stood up for that.
Oh, yeah.
He was expecting to get stood up by that smallmouth right there.
And Perkins has his mechanics I enjoy watching. Like, very methodical, like he's a ball player,
Does his
coach.
thing, yeah.
Does his, but everything's with a purpose, and he's got very good form. He's quick.
But I would say it's different though. The way we saw him like at Grand Lake last year, the way he was attacking the boat docks, the way he was holding his rod, letting the jig free spool down, fall on a slack line down the face of these really deep docks. That was his pattern. He would hold the rod almost at an awkward angle and watch for the line to jump. And he definitely, we saw it a lot at Pickwick hooked up.
That looks decent.
That's what I'm dropping to down there.
Never mind.
Little bay.
Until it jumped.
The rod was bowed up though, man.
It's got to be a fairly
It's gotta
light
be.
action rod, you know. Because he's had a couple that have fooled us this morning. He said, no, thank you.
No free ride for you, Bobby.
Man, there's multiple. There's 2 or 3 more down there, but that's what I'm scared of. That they're all little. Yeah. I think he got my junk. Yep.
Brandon Perkins over to our leader, Scott Siller, coming into day 2. If you're just joining us, he dropped 26 pounds on the scales via Dustin Williamson. He didn't actually make it back to weigh-in due to mechanical issues. Siller hooked up.
That's a bass.
Scott just takes his time and lets the rod do the work on those surges those smallmouth make.
Oh shit, that worked out good. That's a good one too. That'll work.
A nice fish.
Well, Scott, the Thriller Siller, doing work this morning. Off to a slow start, but he's putting him in the
hook,
box.
Yeah, right in the mouth, right in the lip. He wasn't going anywhere.
From first place pro, Scott Siller, over to 5th place pro coming in today, Stu Martell. Starting to put it together a little bit. Last time we checked in with Stu. He was very frustrated this morning. The fish had left his areas as far as he was concerned with what he was seeing on his electronics, and was changing up some of his areas, changing up techniques.
He was talking about leaving smallmouth altogether and going to fish in the main lake shoreline for largemouth. Here we go.
We pulled up here. I'm drifting a weightless. I'm drifting a weightless tube, Carolina rig. First drift, we just caught one. I just started my second drift. Had 2 strikes. I think he pulled me into the rocks and broke off. Like it wasn't even a hook set type thing. It was just a break. So who knows? But I'm gonna Carolina rig, drift with a weightless tube for a few more minutes. My tendency is to quit smallie fishing. I think, by noon if it doesn't happen. But there's so many big smallmouth out here. I know they're here. I got to keep them honest, although they are tricky. So, and I just cut the wrong side of that tube. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just not very exciting, but it definitely works. I got a lot of bites in practice doing it. And I know there aren't that many guys out here presenting a weightless tube to these fish, so I just did it wrong again. That's twice. Three times I'm out.
All right, Stu, get your life right, buddy.
Cutting the wrong side of the tube. There we go.
Here we go. Stu swagged out in that NPFL AFCO gear, isn't he?
Being a company man.
I like it.
Get that man on the payroll. You rolled up in here with some new swag. Like I don't.
Oh, we just stepped our game up over here at National Professional Fishing League, son.
I guess mine got lost in the mail.
Got that clean gear. Well, if you ever show up to an event, you might get something, you know?
So I just cut the bottom side of that tube
just gonna
open.
get on TNPFL.com
These are
and
double
order my
dip
own.
tubes. And so when I cut that open, it
Don't
just
need you.
collapses really quickly
Need you to
on a
delivery.
bite. And I can get the better hook set, faster hook set, whatever.
Attaboy. Stu back on the deck, ready to make it happen. Third time's a charm. Got that tube tied on right this time.
And now we drift.
Is that the Fat Cat Newton hot mess of the
But
day so far?
strategically.
I think we could
Where
call
I
it
know
that.
there's fish.
It wasn't that bad. I think who knows? It's early yet. It's early yet.
Potential for it at any moment on
True
Lake
story.
Erie right now with all of our pros.
Like you said earlier, man, catching them little smallmouth, them sticky hooks. We're liable to see blood before the tournament's over with.
Or somebody seasick, there's a chance.
Well, Stu, like daggone Clint Eastwood on the deck of that boat. Got the hat on, a little daggone cigar, a little cigarello hanging out the side of his mouth. Howdy, partner. He said, man.
Rocking that AFCO sun shirt.
Gee,
Do you have all? I mean, do you have all the full line of?
I do. Every size.
You've
I wear
got-
multiple sizes.
Sometimes you wear 3 of the rain suits at a time, just because.
Just because I can.
Just because NPFL loaded you down with. Or did you order those directly from the website?
I went to tnpfl.com and ordered them myself.
All right, that's enough fashion talk.
There we go.
You and I, people, they don't go to you and I for numbers. We've established that today, or for fashion advice.
True story.
But
True
if you
story.
do want some swag, you can get it at the weigh-in as well. We're going to check back in with a man that didn't make it back to the weigh-in, but his fish did. Tennessee's Brandon Perkins, second place pro. Still bobbing around out there. Took him just shy of 2 hours to get to his first area this morning. Definitely looks like it's calming down.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Try to slap him in the nose with his tail and jump so high.
Crap. That's all right. Oh, rod sock him up. He ain't big, but he will be number 5, hopefully.
Rod sock and everything. Could be a candidate for hot mess.
Could be. If that's hot as the mess gets, we're in good shape.
That's right. Chris Perkins had battery issues yesterday. Not sure what he decided on that last night after he and I talked. It was late. He had just gotten the boat out.
2.5.
Don't know if he switched over to some pro guides, went to Fisherman Central and loaded up with those or not. But it definitely takes its toll on your batteries to sit there and not, you're not cranking the engine, you're not using that alternator to help charge that cranking battery, and with all the graphs and the pumps running, trying to take care of these fish. And I think, and from what Brandon thought, that was his diagnosis. He thought that's what happened.
I went to net that fish and had a dang train wreck. I had a rod sock and a hook on the net, and it wasn't a big one, but I really needed it. Let's go, rip it out. That hook ought to be perfect for later.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, we're about to find out. I don't know. I think that's 4 or 5. But, nothing that I want to weigh in. That's the downside right now. Good gosh, get that grass out of here. But hopefully a couple bigger ones will pull in and decide that they might eat a drop shot today, because cranking looks out of the question right now.
Is there any way he can get back to cranking today in that area? Well, you think
I
by
think
that wind
so.
laying down, and will it
Stop bringing more eelgrass in it? There's a chance, but I think that, what I've seen a lot of times
Yeah,
around
cranking
home especially
is gonna be
you need a different wind
tough
direction to
task.
almost get it out of there. But I think
Due
the
to
wind's slowing down.
not
could
being
certainly
able to
help it.
cast accurately because of all the floating stuff, and I can't see it well, and dude, just the overall grass is. Yesterday I had to navigate around it. Today that south wind's blown in a bunch. Let me get right here and see what we got.
Perkins is going to sort it out, and we're going to check back in with our man, Stu Martell. Fashionista.
Oh, yeah.
Stu Martell. Carolina rig tube. And that tube free float behind that Carolina rig weight. It's a little different look.
Okay. Big one. Big one, big one. Big one, big one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, well, not giant. They sure do feel like mags out there. But he come off the hook right in the net. You gotta be ready with that late rig. He'll go nice. 2 drifts, 2 fish. That's 3, brother. Bam.
Attaboy.
Man, they are crushing it like it's a 5-pounder, dude. It's crazy. Those are not mags, but they are smacking that weightless tube. They do. There's something about it. The way that tube just floats through the water. You got to know you're around them. You got to have the right ingredients. There's something about that weightless tube that just drives them crazy.
I think a lot of his weight came on that yesterday. He was telling me last night. That
Yep. Not the right, but I'll take him right now. It's going to be, something's telling me to just keep drifting. There's a lot of fish here. There's a lot of bait here. Boy, they are smacking it. I mean, I would have thought that was a 6-pound smallie the way he hit it. And trust me, it's not me getting overexcited. They are crushing that thing. That's a really good sign. The way they initially jump on it, they're owning that bait.
I like it.
Yeah, there's 7 of them right there. So we'll come across them here, and they're sitting just outside of the grass.
Stu's having a big time, and
Come on
somebody
now,
that had a
let's
big
go,
time
big
yesterday,
Methuselah.
Brandon Perkins. We'll jump back over to Brandon.
Stu out there having a ball, buddy. He's got 3 in the box. He's ready to rock.
Oh yeah. Some local goober out there named Drew 6 pulled up way too close, about 300 yards away. But I'm messing around. Drew's a good dude. He won at Hartwell this year. Whipped my butt. Maybe he'll scare him over here to us. Yeah, it's what I was saying earlier. It makes it hard. I'm not awesome with this Lowrance active target. I'm figuring it out a little more each time I use it, but when that sucker's up out of the water instead of in the water, it's a little bit difficult to use.
Yeah, Drew had similar issues as Brandon at Hartwell with the battery. He actually had his motor running to keep it charged, keep that cranking charged.
I absolutely hate throwing a drop shot.
Good look at the mess these guys are dealing with on this shoreline today because of that south wind blowing in all that eelgrass. I would say Brandon would rather it be matted up like that than in the
be sparse.
The individual pieces are what just really stop your momentum. You can see it's a lot of it out there, man. What he was saying in the chop the last time we were with him.
Come on.
That it just with the wind and the
right
waves
now.
the way they are right now, even though it's calming down a little bit, he can't see them with the glare and everything. He can't see that grass to pick up his crankbait and be accurate and make a good clean cast. So he's abandoned that technique all the way around. A lot of time left though in the day.
God, see one on the graph and I can't even flip to it because of all this grass.
We're going to check in with our sponsors that make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you guys on the other side for more live action from the monster, Lake Erie.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
All right, folks, here we are back. Sandusky Bay, Lake Erie, stop number 5 in the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Fisherman Central. Watching Brandon Perkins out here, fighting a little bit of chop. Not as bad as what it had been this morning, starting to slack off a little bit. Sun's still trying to peek out. Brandon's been fighting that grass all morning. Yesterday it wasn't there. He was able to crank up a good sack. Today, just can't get that crankbait out there. Daggone eelgrass giving him a fit. So he's just trying to slow down and.
I don't know. I wanted to try to sit out here on the big fish deal for as long as I could, but I'm about to have to run around a little bit. I was kind of scared. There's a few boats in the area. I'm looking at 4, and you know, there was a lot of people yesterday that saw me catch them, and a lot of those people that saw me catch them, I'm not saying, hey, they're gonna hold jump me. I'm worried that they probably found some of the same stuff. But while I had a little battery, I wanted to try to hang out here. But I got a small little limit, I would say 11. They gotta grow. I mean, I got half of what I had yesterday, so. And the bad news is I don't have anything that I can weigh in with a big bag, unless I catch like some meat to go with it. But yesterday I didn't have any big ones. I just had all solids. They were all basically 4-somethings. And I went through a lot of fish that I need pretty bad right now. And that's the downside. But I'm trying to troll around and see, as long as I can keep this active target in the water and see, you know, kind of what all's down there. And it doesn't look the same today. I mean, I see some fish swimming. They definitely, you know, what I'm seeing is not, I mean, I'm not fire with this active target. I don't get to fish enough to be good with it, but I know a little bit about it and electronics, but what I'm looking at is not, they're not big today.
Perkins not liking what he's seeing so far in this primary area where he did all of his damage yesterday, but certainly worked out for him by the end of the day yesterday, and maybe the same thing can happen here on day 2. We're going to jump over and check in with our day 1 leader, Scott Siller.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I think you got my bait. No.
Still blowing a little bit in the area that Scott's in, or he's just not as protected as some of the other guys maybe, but can hear it.
There you go.
Let him eat it that time. That's a smallie. Oh, this is gonna be a good one, huh? What do you think?
Sure.
5?
5.
Let's
This is
go.
a big one.
6.
Yeah, this is a big one here. Come on, buddy. I hope he's hooked good. Yep, he's pretty decent. Ain't a 5, but he's number 5. How you like that, Snoop Dogg?
See, it's worth hitting the grass.
That hook just fell out of his mouth. That's probably the smallest one I got. I think I got 2 that size.
Another good fish for Scott. Certainly not the 5-pounders he saw yesterday, but he's backing up that 26 pounds with another solid limit of fish that's going to have him right in the mix. He's going to fizz that one, and as he does that, we're going to check in with Fisherman Central's very own Dan Blacker.
If I can't get bit here, I'm not going to get bit anywhere on this shelf. There's 3 big boulders. They're just like 3 real big ones before it comes up to a shelf.
Dan started the day in 3rd place, just an ounce out of 2nd, behind Brandon Perkins. Very familiar with this body of water.
Yeah, so this wind here has been kicking my butt all day, making it almost impossible for me to fish the way I want to, but you know, we got one in the box now, and it just seems to be one here, one there type of fishing. I knew it was going to be tough, but I didn't realize it was going to be this tough. I kind of laid off my fish yesterday. I found a school and caught them real quick. Probably should have upped my bag instead of trying to save them, but I figured it was going to be tight today. We still got a lot of time to fish. We just got to hit the right spot.
There you go.
That's a smallmouth.
Dan Blacker live action.
Said he has one in the box. Hopefully this will be number 2. Said he's been getting 6 to 8 bites a day.
I was going to say, didn't get many bites yesterday, and the quality we saw him boat for his first fish this morning, you don't have to have a lot of bites when they're 4+ pounders. Another nice fish.
Come on, girl. Oh, shoot. I'm not used to using that, so I probably shouldn't be using this. Not a bad fish.
There you go.
Another
3 more to go. Good fish. Oh, she got that drop shot right there. Oh, look at that. Come right out.
See, that's happening a lot today.
I've been fin clipping out every one of these fish just in case.
I mean, another football
if they
for
get bad,
Dan.
I'll fizz them.
You know, a lot of times, all of us as fans of the sport, we keep up with it. You see those day in, the weigh in totals, right? You look down that leaderboard, oh my gosh, he had 22 pounds. What an epic day of fishing. But 6 bites, 7 bites, brings 5 to the scales. Today,
6 bites
certainly not pretty. There you go, 6 bites a day. 6 bites a day.
More bites than that today.
But
I broke that one off, man. That's gonna hurt. I hope it doesn't hurt too bad.
But he gets 3 more quality bites, and he's right there going to
Tell you
showdown
what, that
Saturday.
Z-Man trick shots, you cannot beat that thing. It holds up to every. I've been using that same one. Well, I broke off, but I tell you what, I'm gonna have some big legs by the thing. I got bird legs now. They're gonna be giant.
You know
I was
what I
just
noticed?
saying, if I can't get bit here, I don't think I'll get bit anywhere on this shelf.
No pedestal seat. He's rocking his PFD, no pedestal seat. He's used to this stuff. And he's not fishing heavy chop either, right?
See the bait around right there.
Oh, yeah.
I think that thing gets Netflix.
Oh, I'm sure. He chills a lot.
Time's slowly ticking by today, and you know that's in the back of all these anglers' minds. They've made very long runs, and they've got to get back to
Tell you what,
Fisherman
that wind
Central this
forecast
afternoon for that weigh-in.
Has been way off as far as calming down. I think it's been getting worse.
Headed into that 11 o'clock hour, though, and we're going to take a look back at some of the morning's action and some of the fish catches that our top 5 that we're covering here today. Of course, 109 anglers in the NPFL. Stop number 5 here out of Sandusky, Lake Erie. Take a look back at some of the action we've got to be a part of. Danny Weems, who's just been hanging with his buds, catching some smallies. That's what it's all about. Started the day 4th place.
Look,
that's
hot
a
dog,
really good,
hammer down.
That's the only way I ever want to ride a bike.
Yeah. Perkins putting it together slowly but surely.
I needed to retie anyway. Number 4, not a big one.
The man that's getting harder and harder to beat every time he puts one in the box.
Got that limit.
Black Rifle Pro Scott Siller. Perkins seeing quantity, but not the quality that we saw yesterday from him. Countless 3-pounders yesterday from what he was telling us.
Countless.
And not today. Not really been the case. Very frustrating day so far for him. Lake Felix, little boat-to-boat action. Steve Martell.
They're drifting that Carolina rig weightless tube.
Not a giant.
Beautiful shot there in the harbor, Sandusky. And there's a look. This is the day 1 standings coming into today. Now we're going to take a look at the unofficial leaderboard. Ryan Satterfield on top, 34 pounds. Todd Goad. Todd Goad was somebody on the unofficial leaderboard yesterday, that Way Live leaderboard all day long in the top 5. Ended up just outside of the top 10, but right here again today, doing work, being consistent. And consistency will, over the course of 3 days, everybody fishing, changing conditions, consistency will weigh out big for these guys, especially trying to get in that top 36, take home some cash and potentially take home a shield. Todd Goad in second, Gary Atkins, feeding them on that Atkins diet yet again.
Talking about consistency.
That's right. This is his wheelhouse.
In trouble. This could be the Gary Atkins show before the season's over with, I'm telling you.
He is putting it together at the right time, that is for sure, with one event to go. And certainly he's our unofficial leader in that progressive AOY after yesterday. If it were to all have ended yesterday, he would have been the progressive AOY winner. But Timmy Rings will have something to say about that, I'm sure, going into our last event. Randy Kukral there, 4th place. Trent Palmer, the Georgia pro, who actually grew up in Ohio. He loves this area, very confident coming out of practice. There in 5th place. Chad Randall's Missouri angler in 6th. Brandon Perkins unofficially at 7th. Keith Carson, surprise, surprise, in 8th place. Mike Corbishley in 9th. And Richard Cooper rounding out the top 10 there. Of course, all of these weights very unofficial until these fish get brought back to Big Al McCullough, and he brings the boom this afternoon starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're going to want to watch that here. TNPFL.com, where the story will actually get told. We do our best to put it together, but we've only got so much to work with what the guys are able to enter due to cell phone service and things. And we knew this event, out of all the events you and I have covered together, B, we knew this one would be the hardest to tell the story because 6 million acres of water out there, it's hard to pinpoint where the guys are. I mean, we've got trackers and all the leaders' boats. We know where they are, but the rest of the field, like Watson told us, we said at the last break, I saw 2 guys all day yesterday. He said, I've got to change areas. We had a talk with him last night. So certainly the theme of the day, though, is change. Everything changed from day 1 to day 2. Different wind direction. That brings on different current, has the fish setting up different, and it's all going to be about who can adjust the most going into Showdown Saturday.
Dude, and we're seeing people trying to adjust now. We saw Stu Martell. He was talking about adjusting, making a move. He's going to get away from the smallmouth, go after the largemouth, but then he tried something different. Tried doing that old school Carolina rigging. He went down to a 1/2 ounce Carolina rig, dragging a Texas rig, weightless tube, 2 drifts, 2 good smallmouths. So he's kind of figured something out. Good for him.
He got a lot of bites yesterday too, so he could be starting to piece it together.
And like you said, you got Danny Weems out there hanging out with his buds, just drinking cokes, telling jokes, catching fish. He's beside Randy Kukral out there, one of the only guy that upgraded to, I won't say upgraded, but he went to a walleye boat.
Deep V.
Seems to be paying off for him. He's putting fish in the boat. But then you got guys like Keith Carson that says, you guys want to go deep V or do different? I'll go out there and show you how to do it in an aluminum boat on Lake Erie. Like you say, setting an 8th right now. It's wild, man. It's a good tournament.
Carson had an unfortunate fish care penalty yesterday that knocked him back, or he would have been on camera today, would have been in 2nd place there. But Siller still the man to beat. I know the unofficial leaderboard doesn't show it. Scott doesn't have a lot of service. I think he's not entering his fish. He didn't enter them yesterday as well.
It's something we're going to be dealing with, right? Because
for sure.
Canada and different things.
But I'm going to say right now he's in that 16, 17, maybe even plus range already. So you add that to his 26, and he's leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of guys right now. Scott Siller is definitely in control on day 2 as well. We're going to get back out on the water to Dan Blackert, Fisherman Central's own, who knows this body of water well. He's only got 2 fish in the box, but man, every time he hooks up, it's a nice fish. He said he's getting 6 to 8 bites a day. And so far, he's on schedule. He's not, I'm sure he would rather have 5 already, but they are nice fish that he's caught, and Dan's going to have something to say about it for us.
Yeah, he doesn't get rattled, man. He knows what he's doing. He's a pro. Grew up on this water. He knows what's happening. He's going to be okay.
Dan Blackert.
Fish right there. So these fish are just kind of, like, they're not singular. There's 2 or 3, but only one seems to want to eat when I get it in the right area. But making these casts have been difficult. It's, trying to hit it with that forward-facing sonar that's swiveling around on you. I need 1 bite every half hour right now. And if I can get it in the right spot, I think I can get some more bites here. If they'll cooperate. I should have picked the west side of the island today. It's hard to leave when you're catching them big ones. It's not like you're catching a lot, but the ones you catch are good fish.
That is a tough decision, thinking about trying to leave the quality to go find quantity.
They said that wind was going to die down a little bit. I don't know if I'll be out here long enough for it to die down. Man, I can see some big fish. I just cannot get them to bite.
B, you talked with Dan last night, and this...
Sometimes this forward-facing sonar is a curse.
That was something that he really alluded to with you last night. we're going to talk about it here with this bass tank breakdown. Forward-facing sonar is a blessing and a curse. He told you he's only getting 6 bites, but he saw a lot more fish than that. But the technique he's utilizing, though, is really chasing these individual bass around these isolated boulders. He's not fishing for a gigantic school of fish. He's seeing maybe 2 or 3 max at a time with this forward-facing sonar and picking them off with that drop shot. That is basically what he was alluding to last night with you, and certainly seems to be the case today. And making it a lot more difficult today is this wind that he's having to deal with.
Absolutely, no, it's hard, man. Like you say, it gets in your head when you see them and you see them not chewing, or you are where they were yesterday, and they're not there. Then the wheels start turning. Do I pull that trolling motor up and make it run like he's just?
And he's got all that local knowledge in the back of his head there, and just trying to make it work, and technical difficulties all around, trying to make that live scope work, and we're trying to make his camera work, and it throws up on us. And now we're over here back over to Scott Siller, our leader. This man that's kind of got his, I'm going to say, his foot on the throat of a lot of the field right now. He's
in a good place.
He is in a very good spot. And look, we see a lot of Florida tournaments over the years. Somebody puts up a 25-pound plus bag on day one, and then they just kind of limp in. You're not going to be able to do that necessarily in this event, but I feel like with the changing conditions, he spotted himself a 4-pound lead over second place just yesterday. Now we see that we're going to hop over to Danny Weems now. Our cameras just keep freezing. That's what we keep talking about, these cell coverage areas as we get closer to Canada, bouncing around. Danny, listen.
I like this style. This is my guy right here.
This is definitely your guy.
Oh, yeah. You can say he's munching on some snacks.
Having a Lunchable.
Oh, I'm down with this life, son.
There's one.
Look, come on, Danny. Get him, boy.
A little unconventional, but whatever it takes, right?
Unconventional. I'm here to change the conventional methods. Let's go.
This is my life.
Here for more of this.
He set his bologna and cheese sandwich down. Look, is that Randy Kugel?
Get out of the way, Kugel. What is happening on the party flat, man? Brad Fuller, if you're listening, I'm flying to Sandusky from Appleton, Wisconsin. I'm not going to be in studio tomorrow, and I'm going to be here on the party flat. There's way too much fun being had.
I'm telling you.
This crew.
Get in the net. Thank you, Lord.
Another good fish.
Whatever it takes.
I fully expect we're going to go back to him at some point. He's going to have a beer dispensing helmet on.
There we go. Nice. Yeah. Nice.
just
yes.
having a good time. Disco ball on the front deck.
There you go, Danny.
All right.
For all you people at home watching that think you got to try hard in fishing, sometimes you just got to relax. But that goes with what we were saying earlier with Perkins when he was re-rigging and threw out a bait. These fish focus on those gobies on the bottom.
That's right.
And so it's not a pretty technique. You're not having to do a lot with your bait. Just drag it along the bottom.
Stu Martell
and hope you, absolutely.
Weightless Texas rig too.
Hope you come across the nose of a smallie, and he's done it several times this morning. Danny really has had more bites than anybody we've covered today.
He said that yesterday. He said yesterday he had 15, 16. He caught 15 or 16 yesterday.
3, 4.
I love it.
Danny's going to drop that one in the box, and we're going to check back in with our day one leader. And day two leader, unofficially, I'm calling it.
Call
it Scott Siller.
I'd say a little unconventional, but hey, whatever it takes.
That's right. Whatever it takes.
Couple fish sitting on top of it. There's, yep. There's something tapping at it.
A little tap, tap, tappy.
Take it to a parade. Get right back in.
Alrighty. Be big. Oh my goodness. This is a big one. I should have put spot lock on so that current ain't pulling on him, making him jump. This is a big one. Oh, not enough yet. Come on. Oh, look at that thing. Holy shit, man, that's a 6.
Hey, it's a kid show.
Come here, buddy. Oh, yes.
Oof.
That's a solid fish right there.
Good one.
Look at that thing, man. That's beautiful.
It's a tub.
You just keep looking around
That's
him.
the
There's
one we
just
needed right
nobody around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
26 pounds yesterday.
That's a girthy fellow right there. Girthy.
He wasn't coming off.
Might be one of those 5-pounders.
Pretty, isn't it? I don't think it's 6, but it's all 5.
Beautiful fish for Scott Siller. We're going to go back to second place pro Brandon Perkins, see if he can answer.
Man, Siller doing work. Hold on to that lead. He's doing a
I
little
came
chunking
over
of, there you go, chunking
to
of line.
where I started yesterday, and it's different. Today's definitely different. I pulled up over here yesterday and caught 2 on my first 2 casts, and they just weren't the right size, but honestly, they would both help me right now. So one was like a 2.5 and one was like a 3, maybe even 3 1/4. I just hit a clump of it. But it's hard to troll around in this stuff. Just hard to see them on the active target because I'm not fishing big schools of fish. I mean, yesterday that one school did get good, but I'm basically fishing for little bitty pods of them or even solos at times. But so this is difficult. I'm going to bounce around here. I've probably got about 15, 20 holes that I want to fish in the next hour, and then kind of give the last hour out there on the big fish deal. But I'm gonna give each hole about 10 minutes apiece, 5 minutes even. This one's got about 3 minutes left, and it's gonna be cold.
Got me all fired up.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that grass.
Everywhere, man. He is having to deal with it today, that is for sure. We're going to check in real quick with our sponsors that make it all possible here for us in the league and bring you this live coverage. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the NPFL Live here. Stop number 5, Lake Erie, and we'll see you on the other side for more smallmouth bass snatching Lake Erie.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, And this is my tackle store because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to Lake Erie. Tennessee's Brandon Perkins started the day in second place. A little bit tougher day size-wise for Brandon, and hasn't really been able to capitalize on his primary technique, which is throwing a crankbait. He's doing that now, but a lot of floating eelgrass in the area due to a south wind.
I'm fishing like probably 8 to 14 foot of water, and I don't know, I've kind of checked both today, like as far as getting up on top of stuff and then fishing the outer edge of stuff. Good gosh, go away. But I just can't seem to figure out what's different. I mean, like I said earlier, I can tell that it's tougher because there's boats around. I'm not seeing them catch them nearly the same. So this area is gotten a little stingier, I guess. There's still a bunch here. I mean, out there on that other hole, I could see them swimming, but they just weren't trying to eat. I prefer to crank, but I don't know if I can effectively in this grass. And like I said, there's been grass every day I practice, but today's the worst day. Ooh, and it would be my short day. And that's the tough part, is by the time I figure out, you know, the depth they're at, or maybe if this wind keeps pushing some of this grass on in to the river, then it'll get cleaner and easier to fish out here. But we will probably be heading back. I mean, it took us, that journey this morning sucked. My back hurts. Fortunately, my cranking motor's held up so far. It's cranked when I've needed it to crank. I've got my graphs on standby except for these two up here. Yesterday I ran live wells and graphs. I mean, yeah, live wells and graphs all day. And I burnt my batteries up pretty dang good.
Perkins talking about something interesting there that we've talked about a lot, their run out to these areas, but it took him almost 2 hours. He's got an early flight today, so he's due in at 3. He's not far from having to start, you know, thinking about trucking it on back.
That's right.
So that's in the back of your mind constantly, but something else that's probably in the back of his mind is Scott Siller. We're going to check back in with our day 1 leader and unofficial day 2 leader, Scott the Thriller Siller.
There he is. Nope. Something bit it. Normally the smallmouth, I don't feel them bite. It's just, there's just weight.
You know, if you keep teasing me and not bringing the climax, we get bluegills.
Don't jump, don't jump.
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't think that thing's used anymore.
So.
Used by the birds.
There he is. Nope.
Are you teasing me?
Something bit it. Normally the smallmouth, I don't feel them bite. It's just, there's just weight.
You know, if you keep teasing me and not bringing it to climax, we get bluegills.
Don't jump, don't jump.
It's a replay
Who knows,
from a fish
man? I
catch
can't tell how
from
big
just
this
a little
is.
earlier from Siller while we were with Perkins.
But it's 100% a smallmouth, that's for sure. It feels good. I think it'll call that other fish out. He ain't that big. Come here, buddy. Maybe he will call that fish.
Say not that big, it's still
stout.
There are a lot of our guys in the 109 angler field that would like to have that one right now.
I'd say so. I'd say so.
Say Perkins would be like, yeah, I'd like to have that one right now. I believe that one's definitely going to help Scott.
For sure.
I don't think he's, oh, dang it. I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry about that.
He's going to sort them out in the live well. We're going to check back in with Ohio's Dan Blackard.
This thing's losing its mind. As close as I get, it pushes me back.
That's one of the, we got a few of those on area, the Healy pads.
Mm-hmm. Like a magnet for those smallmouth out there in the middle of that open water.
I bet. Have mercy.
Like to apologize to all the anglers when I said it was calming down.
Yeah.
I think I made it worse. It didn't calm down at all. You can hear it in Dan's mic too, those little gusts. Look, if you're standing in the Fisherman Central parking lot this afternoon, you may be like, it's not blowing at all.
Or you might feel it blowing when Al McCullough brings the boom. There will be some meat.
Scott Siller's going to bring some boom.
There's no doubt about that. If you guys are in the Port Clinton area, though, make sure you stop by Fisherman Central and check that weigh-in out today starting at 4 o'clock. Parking lot will be jam-packed full. Awesome. Family times. So come on out to Fisherman Central in Port Clinton and enjoy the weigh-in with Big Al McCullough and all the anglers weighing in them fat sacks.
And if you play your cards right, you might get an elusive James Worldwide Watson sighting there at Fisherman Central.
He loves giving Eskimo kisses out.
He'll at least be in there potentially shoplifting. Who knows? You never know, James. I hate to tell some of his secrets here on live, but speaking of Watson, hearing that we've got to catch up with him, he's bouncing around out there on the waves in the Detroit River area, right there at the mouth today. James Worldwide Watson.
We're out here, folks. Day number 2, NPFL. We are outside the mouth of Detroit River on the lake itself, and it's rolling out here. It's drivable, but it's rolling. We've got Nettles, Wise, Drew Six, Brandon Perkins, who's in second place, all out here, big flat. We're in about 10 foot of water, and all I see is crankbaits being slung out around here. Here, the annoying thing about this, and you probably can't tell, but Drew just made a great point. 1 out of about every 6 or 8 casts he can actually crank in, because all the eelgrass and stuff floating on the top right here makes it super hard to get a long full cast all the way in without it clogging up or getting one strand. Another thing is Drew's lost a couple of fish today. We just pulled up on him. We saw a good bend in his rod, pull off, and he says they're not really eating it well enough to have both hooks in them. So crankbait fishing out here, open water, not very deep, but it's a tough situation to be in, but that's how these guys are getting a bite.
Watson with the juice.
Good stuff from Watson there, and that's that same area that Perkins is in. There are several of our leaders that are in that general area, and it's not a small area by any means like everything else with Erie. It's an expansive area, but there are several of our anglers that caught them there yesterday.
Several have done well this year, like Wise has done well this year, Nettles has done well.
Back to Dan Blackard here.
I feel like we're fishing daggone Venice, Louisiana out there fishing, one of the rigs offshore. We'll bring in a red snapper in a second.
Come on, fish.
Talk to him, Dan. Dan Blackard, Fisherman Central Pro. Give a big shout out to Fisherman Central for being part of this event. This is stop number 5, Sandusky Bay here in Lake Erie, presented by Fisherman Central. You guys ever have an opportunity, be sure and check one of the Fisherman Central locations out, Akron, Ohio, or the one right here in Port Clinton. Huge inventory, 25,000 square foot in Akron, 32,000 square foot in Port Clinton. Huge online presence, fishermancentral.com. Anything you've seen thrown on here, you can probably go to fishermancentral.com and get. Absolutely a wall-to-wall treetop tall facility, business. The people are top-notch. If you guys want to check it out, here we go. We're going to check out some Fisherman Central juice.
I'm jealous. You've got to spend a lot of time there.
I would live there if they let me, son. I'm telling you. Fisherman Central's where it's
Think
at.
you can live off of flatworms alone? I don't know.
There's a big
I've
one
lived
right
off
there.
worse. Let's check it out. Let's see what they got to say.
It's Dan Blackard here at Port Clinton at lovely Lake Erie at Fisherman Central. Fisherman Central is a tackle shop that was started by 4 fishermen. We had started with our first location in Akron, Ohio. We started with 8,000 square foot store. The store became so popular and we started carrying boats that we outgrew the store pretty quick. We try to carry the widest assortment of baits that we can. It's very difficult to carry everything, but you know, being a retail store and shipping out of our retail location, it's a win-win for us so that people can come in and see baits that they can usually only see online, but they can put their hands on it, browse the store, look through 60,000 plus items. We've spent a lot of time developing the online presence, the mobile app, and getting the SKU count that we can for our customers. Part of our sister company is really FC Marine, and we sell a lot of the walleye boats, the Vexus, the G3s, the Phoenix, the Skeeters. FishermanCentral.com.
Of course, that's where our weigh-ins are being held, and they're our host this week for this event, the presenting sponsor, Fisherman Central. And you don't see a lot of tackle stores that are that big.
When you walk through the front door, the left wall is their JDM section. Sun, swim baits, glides. You know, these are baits that it's hard to buy online. If you've never held one in your hands, never seen one, you go to Fisherman Central and get your hands on the goods. I mean, it's wild. See, there's baits in there, $200, $300, $400 glide baits, stuff like that. They have it in stock.
I can assure you my wife is glad I didn't make a stop there on my way to the studio this week.
That.
Place is bad on an American
I
Express.
think Dan's about to head back there now, pick a few things up.
A few more spots, run back.
Dan's going to make a run. We're going to check in with Stu Martell, 5th place pro coming into today.
Well, these fish are setting up weird for me today.
It's got to happen. Otherwise, I'm going to fall so far down, I'll have to have a Scott Siller, killer Siller bag tomorrow to make it up. It can happen, but the pressure out here, I think, is paying a toll. I mean, you wouldn't think that on Erie, but there's only so many spots, you know. We all do map study and we all find the same stuff and we all press it hard, so that's why I'm here, is because it's the first place I've been all day where there isn't another boat, basically, within a couple hundred yards anyhow. This is just a small point with grass on top and real steep drop-offs. And the fish have typically been right at the edge of the grass. And I need to turn around and, oh, wait a minute. That's not smallies. Turn around and go look back here a little bit. Lost my bait. Most of that stuff is drum, what you're seeing there on the live scope.
You know, Stu told us he was going to go largemouth fishing, but he's really stuck with these smallies once he got a couple bites on his Carolina rig.
That's right, man. Made 2 drifts, 2 catches. He's like,
Right
yeah.
on his head.
Oh, yeah.
There's
See that
3 drum
transition.
there. I can tell. But I saw some stuff real tight to the bottom there. Tomorrow, I don't think this little area between the islands will be fishable with the boat traffic. It's pretty bad, gnarly today. What we got there? Nothing.
And tomorrow is going to be very interesting,
Get on the edge of
boat
that
traffic
grass.
wise. Last major boating holiday of the year in a part of the country where a month from now it could be snowing.
True story.
Everybody's going to get out, beautiful weather. Going to get a little bumpy.
It's going to be busy out there.
There we go.
I have no doubt Watson will end up in like a cigarette boat.
Balance.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd that boulder go?
Or at least a tri-tune or something, you know,
He'll be in
inner
some-
tubing.
Oh, yeah. He'll be in the middle of something.
Said this at almost every event this year. A lot of chiropractor bills.
Oh, boy.
Thanks to this forward-facing sonar,
Yeah,
especially
man,
in these
it's-
smallmouth events. You just stare at it all day long.
I like to have fun with the word game changer, but that forward-facing sonar has definitely been a game changer for
Right
a
down
lot
after
of different
it.
reasons.
And no bite.
Stu was telling me last night that Keith Carson was also in our top 10, was in this same area yesterday.
It's not a guy you want in your area, but it's a good inclination that you are in the right
Yeah,
area.
that's right. That's right. But Keith on our unofficial leaderboard, he looked like he had, you know, having a decent day today. On what, for most of our anglers, of course, we only have cameras in 5 boats. Top 5 going into today got cameras. Just looking through the Waylive app, and it, again, hard to tell the story. A lot of bad service areas, a lot of guys not updating. It was the same way yesterday, but a lot tougher day across the board with that south wind. And that's odd for me. I'm a big believer in wind direction and what it does to fish or
Bare
to
bottom.
deer, you know. But
Absolutely.
and with a south wind, man, normally that's like game on, you
Yeah.
know. And yesterday it was more of a north wind, but you think about this area, those north winds are more prevalent, so that may be why they they feed more than that. I know the Bassmaster Elite Series a couple weeks ago out there at Lake Oahe in South Dakota, I heard some of the anglers saying that, the south wind hurt them, but the fish bit better on a north wind, and that's really not the case below the Mason-Dixon line. A north wind is never your friend.
If it's a south wind and you're on the south side versus south wind being on the north side, it's going to affect you differently, right?
How the fish are going to position, yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure. And I think more than anything with the wind direction change today, it did just reposition these fish. Of course, that's easy for us sitting in the studio to say, but and Scott Siller's figured it out more than anybody else as far as relocating those fish and how they're set up.
I heard the east wind out of a few of the guys. They were talking about they wanted the east wind. That east wind, something about Erie and the east wind is where it's at. And supposedly, according to the Windy app, that's what they're going to get later this afternoon. It's going to be more of an easterly wind.
It's just funny what it's been today, conditions-wise, based on what we saw and guys we're talking to that are up there. They really expected it to be smooth today, smooth sailing all the way around, and it certainly hasn't been. It's supposed to get better every day of the event.
Talking to some of the locals, especially when the areas get more trafficked areas, I was asking them, man, when the wind blows, the water gets big, of course, but do you want it to kind of lay down? And they almost didn't want the wind to lay down but so much, because the calmer the wind gets, the more likely the pleasure boaters are going to come out. So just because that wind lays down, you don't think the water's going to get calm, because the pleasure boaters come out
right.
and get it churned up again.
But I still
Really
think
no wind.
Siller will just be sitting out there by himself, just,
That's right.
just snatching on them. And I think all these smallmouth lakes, I mean, wind doesn't bother the fish. It hurts your ability to be able to get to them sometimes, whether that be navigating to them or actually getting a bait to the bottom, but it helps you in the clear water, breaks up the visibility for the smallmouth, because they're finicky fish for the most part. So it doesn't hurt the guys that the wind's blowing. All right, we're going to leave Stu with it here, and we're going to check in with our sponsors, the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll see you guys back on the other side for more live action, Lake Erie.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Back to Lake Erie and the Danny Weems party.
Well, we're fishing without a trolling motor, and that's pretty good timing, wasn't it?
Hooked up.
Fish on.
Danny fighting
We're
some technical
struggling
difficulties.
without a trolling motor, but we're making the best of it. Making some drifts. Been using the big motor to move me around. This will be my 5th one if I can get it in the boat. Get in here. All right, thank you, Jesus. There's a limit. Not bad considering the last 2 was without a trolling motor.
Danny just making the most of it.
Not a big limit, but it's a limit.
I think he's a trailblazing, trend-setting pioneer. I like it. I'm gonna start fishing like that.
Double check him, but hey, 14. Oh yeah. Number 5.
Number 5. Attaboy.
From Danny Weems back over to Scott Siller.
Siller time.
The thriller with Siller.
Well, my damn live scope just took a detour on me. That sucks. Well, it has been some ups and downs. I mean, it started off pretty decent. First spot, first decent fish, and then I sat on 3 fish for quite a while, and now they're biting really good, and that's kind of what happened yesterday. You know, the afternoon it seemed like the fish got a little bigger, but at this point, you know, I've got a really good bag. I have no idea what I have for weight, but I got to have pretty close to 20, if not more than 20, and so I'd like to kind of save this a little bit for tomorrow, and also try to get these fish in alive. But it's also hard, you know, hard to predict what everybody else is doing. I mean, I might need to get a bigger fish right now. And so we're gonna give it probably another hour. I got a 5 o'clock check-in, but we'll probably give this another hour, maybe 2 hours, and then we're gonna call it a day and go in a little early. But yeah, it's been good. It's been a good day. Haven't lost any fish, no break-offs, no mishaps, which is always nice in a tournament like this, and there's still lots of fish here. So, you know, it's tough catching them today because of the wind, and I can't spot lock them, or it seems like I spook them when when the boat starts slapping around, they just don't bite. But when I'm kind of stealthy on them, they're biting. So.
Do you like sharing any of your techniques or styles or whatever you?
Yeah,
insights of what you were doing today?
I just been drop shotting all of them today. I brought a tube out just because the wind with a 3/4 ounce weight, but I haven't thrown it yet. But yeah, just drop shotting. You know, I've got a heavy weight on there to keep it down on the bottom, and there's one there. Oh my goodness, that's the juice right there too. But we'll get him. Yeah, just heavy weight and just dragging this drop shot around. You know, I'm seeing them on my live scope, and you know, some of them bite, some of them don't, but I'm getting it pretty dialed in, that's for sure.
Do you think the environment and the weather's had any change to what you've seen up to this point so far?
Yeah, it was way easier yesterday because, you know, some of these boulders that I'm seeing down there, you know, I don't see those fish on the live scope, but those are the big ones, and if I can get that drop shot in between the boulders, that's how I got the big ones yesterday. But I can't get that done today. I just can't position the boat and see the boulders very well because the trolling motor's coming out and everything else. But again, like I said, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I got a good bag. I wish I had a scale that worked right now, but that'd make my decision a lot easier to go in early. But whatever.
Whatever.
The thriller is unscathed.
He's feeling good right now, rightfully so.
Without a doubt. And you know, it's really a testament to his mental toughness, just because yesterday catches 26 pounds. He's riding high and decides, hey, I'm going to come back in several hours early. Here's a noise in his lower unit, in his engine, says it's knocking, calls Dustin Williamson to come get his fish. Takes him for a long time to end up getting off the water. Takes his boat. We have an official service provider here. I know that you got to spend some
Clemens
time with.
Boats.
Yeah, and
Awesome,
he's told us earlier, for just joining, these guys spent all night getting him taken care of till midnight last night. The owner of the dealership actually took his own lower unit off of his motor and loaned it to Scott Siller to be able to finish out the start. That's incredible. But you were able to catch up with the folks from Clemens when on your way to the studio.
I was, man. It was a good time. Awesome facility. Like I said, they've been in business since 1966. They know what they're doing, top notch, and had a great time checking them out. Clemens Boats. All right, folks, here we are. Clemens Boats, service provider for the National Professional Fishing League. Stop number 5 here at Sandusky Bay, presented by Fisherman Central. This place is wall-to-wall, treetop tall. They've been in business since 1966, and they know how to get you that fixed. Lake Erie is known to be big and bad, but the good thing about it, we got Clemens Boats to fix any issues these guys might have on the water.
Big thanks to the folks at Clemens.
I'd like to quit rocking around.
Brandon Perkins, our second place angler, also had a mechanical issue yesterday afternoon, sent his fish back to the weigh-in with Mike Corbishley, fellow competitor.
I'm on a run and gun deal because I can't
interesting tournament.
Find a pile that'll fire, so kind of running. I just pulled up to this one about 2 or 3 minutes ago and made a small cull on my first cast. Golly, that's a bite. I think he stole my goodies. Yep. Cull on my first cast.
Put it in his pocket.
You want rascals.
Still not the right flavor. It was not a big cull. It was a half-pound cull. Probably bumped me to 10 or 11 pounds. I don't really know what I have, but it ain't good. Oh my gosh, I just threw in a clump. I love it. I'm gonna go ahead and reel in my grass clump. But yeah, just pulled up here, made a small cull. I caught a big one here yesterday. Couple of couple 3-pounders, and then I had like a 4 1/4, 4 1/2 here. So we're looking for some of those today. I need everything I caught here yesterday right now. Golly. Lieutenant Dan again. My seat, I have it in my top pedestal closest to the trolling motor, and I always use the second one. But I'm way less likely to fall out of the boat here at this level, I think. Even though it may not look like it. Golly, Bill, that was one. Eat it. I feel like I got the wrong color. Tell you what I feel like doing. It's not crazy grassy here. I mean, there's some floating clumps, but not as bad as other places. And try it. I didn't get a bite here yesterday on a crankbait, which was weird. I caught him on the drop shot here. There he is. Be a big one. Nope.
Perkins has been plagued by small fish and eelgrass all day long.
Caught him. Stop. You can lay down there for a minute. I'm just kidding. Stop. Stop. I don't want to.
Buddy, let's talk about it.
Get fins all in me.
They just ain't cooperating for him today, are they?
Not at all.
Hard. He's keeping his composure, though.
Beat his guts up getting over there, too. He's got to do it all over again this afternoon, headed back to the weigh-in, and we're entering that lunchtime hour, 12 o'clock hour there. Lake Erie, just full of smallmouth, but man, today's just numbers-wise for our guys, something's a little funky, but there have been several fish catches, and we're going to take a look back now at some of the highlights from day 2 here. Stop number 5, the National Professional Fishing League. But a lot of smallmouth and a lot of that. Bouncy boat rides, to say the very least. Dan Blackert fishing his home waters here. A couple of quality fish we've seen him put in the boat, but not a lot to go with it so far, but not getting a few bites.
Get in the net. Thank you, Lord.
Danny Weems.
The Weems party today.
Make that happen. Scott Siller, the Thriller.
The Thriller. I mean, doing work, the Black Rifle Pro.
There you go.
Dare I say blasting off.
Blast off, 25.
Off. Just doing it today. Unofficially, his estimate, he has 20 pounds in the box to back up with that 26 yesterday. But we're going to take a look at the unofficial leaderboard. Now, this is all compiled based on the Weigh Live app that we strongly encourage our anglers to use. And Trent Palmer on top, 35.11 there. We're going to put Scott somewhere in the 40-pound plus range, I would say. So I'd say Scott Siller is going to be your unofficial leader, but Trent Palmer is going to be in the mix. Trent, very excited coming into this event, weighed over 19 pounds yesterday. He's definitely going to be in the mix on Showdown Saturday.
No
Would not surprise me to see a camera in Trent's boat tomorrow at all. Ryan Satterfield in second, Todd Goad, Gary Atkins. Smallmouth on the Atkins diet, you said it best. He's named it, you know, the diet he's feeding smallmouth at Saginaw, and he's brought it over here to Lake Erie, and he told us, don't count me out over there at Sandusky, and he's right there in the mix. Randy Kukel, John Hookup, Soakup, Chad Randalls, Mike Corbishley, Brandon Perkins, and Keith Carson unofficial in the top 10. Of course, all things will become official starting at 4 p.m. this afternoon there at Fisherman Central with Big Al McCullough. And it's going to look a little bit different than that. Yesterday, you and I, we had a of course, we don't do live coverage on day one, so we're watching that Way Live app like everybody at home, and you and I were texting before we got to the studio, and I said, there were a few 20-pound bags seemed to be coming in, yesterday, and I said, dude, I bet there's gonna be a lot more than this, and we were talking, and we ended up with 10 yesterday. 17 pounds all the way down to 36th place. 19-pound bags, 18-pound bags, 15-pound. There were a lot of great stringers. Will we see that again today? We have a very small look at it, right? I mean, obviously. Seems tougher though, right?
Definitely seems tougher, but like you say though, we don't have a lot of guys that are able to use that beat down mount Way Live tracker because of where we are, Lake Erie, guys in Canada all over the place. But honestly, dude, sitting here watching it, it does not look like the same tournament as it was yesterday.
Can we maintain that pace? Because I said I felt like the check weight would fall off a little bit just because of 109 anglers fishing all 3 days. If you can maintain that 17-pound a day pace at that's an incredible fishing. Hasn't really shown us that from the guys we're with today. I mean, obviously Siller, he's not getting a lot of bites, but when he gets bit, it's a tank. I mean, every single time. It's the same with Dan Blackert.
And the later the day goes, the bigger the bites get, the way it seems. And you saw these soak-ups over 18 pounds for today.
Yeah.
So as the day progresses, the bite's going to get better. Like you say, some of these guys aren't checking in until 5:30 this afternoon. And tomorrow is going to be the day because the top 10 tomorrow, first flight leaves at 7 a.m. They're not due back until 5:30 p.m. Long days. I still think there's a good chance to see those big bags. It's just been, the wind shifting. And like we said, this morning, the wind started blowing 12, 13 miles an hour. And then it's going to progressively go down. And it's going to shift from southwest to east. I don't even know if that's true or not. I don't even know what's going on.
We thought it was going to be smooth as a baby's butt today. Not the case. It's been wild all day, been bumpy out there. But one thing's for sure, Scott Siller.
Oh, he's on them. You better watch it.
If you're anybody else in the field, you better be worried about that man because he's running off with this thing. And we may be proven wrong at the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al. But right now, we're going to get back out on Lake Erie and check in with some of our anglers. Believe we're going to catch back up with Brandon Perkins. Digging around in that live well.
I like how you said we may be proven wrong. When are we ever right? Like, it's the story of my life.
We're certainly proven. Had we been on live yesterday, we would have been way wrong based on the Way Live app.
True story.
Looks like we got a little Colin action going on with
Did
Brandon.
you notice something in that top 10? Who slid up? Mike Corbishley. And you were saying how it worked out yesterday. Brandon Perkins said, hey, man, if you tell me back in, you can fish here. They kind of worked a little deal out. And sure enough, man, Corbishley up in that top 10 today.
Brandon looks like he's getting ready to make a call. And we're going to jump over to Dan Blackert, the Fisherman Central Pro.
It's almost like some of them are in a face where the wind's hidden and some of them are behind it.
No pedestal seat. He's a pro.
Oh.
He's like me, man. Agile like a dairy cow. Oh.
Smallmouth. Man, I knew they had a bee here. Shit.
Again.
Smallmouth. Yep. Good one too. Come on, girl. That's why I don't have any partners. I can't net fish.
God mercy.
Man, she come up off that rock and smoked it. I dropped it right back down on her. That's a good one. That's what we're looking for.
Dan
barely hooked.
is around the right quality
Yes.
hang with Siller.
He scares me with that net, though. He scares
He scares
me with
himself
that net. Yes,
with
he
that
does.
net.
He even talked about it earlier. I don't even know if I should be using this thing or not.
That's a fatty.
Look at that.
If I can hold my balance.
Atta boy.
All right. Excuse me there, buddy.
Dan is, with the quality he's catching, I mean, a couple more bites like that with a lot of time left to go in the day. He's in that 20-pound range again.
Absolutely.
20 plus, and I
We're
think
there. We're finding them slowly but surely. Look how healthy they are. Let's see what they look like after that ride back.
I mean, he's in that Pelee Island area that's famous in this part of Erie, and it's a big area, but he's going to live and die with it. That's what he was telling us.
You can see them, but getting them to bite is just, I don't know. You gotta move around, I guess, different angles.
I still think by 4 p.m. you're going to see Dan put together a limit.
Agreed.
Well, he chased it up. Oh, she chased it up off that rock. Hit it, missed it, so I dropped it right back down on top of her head, and she smoked it.
The patience, though, to just stick with it when you're not getting many bites at all, but knowing, hey, I'm around the right ones. Because you got to think, if he can throw another 20 pounds on there today, it's going to have him in that 42 range. Yeah, Siller's still going to have a pretty good lead going into tomorrow, but anything can happen.
That's right. True story.
Can happen. So I think right now he's got the best chance at as far as the quality of fish he's around, because we've seen Perkins, the fish he's around today have definitely shrunk. He's not been able to fish the technique that he caught him on yesterday and kind of taking himself out of it. Still a lot of time.
A lot of time. And the mindset. Dan has the mindset coming into this 6 to 8 bites a day, so he's not getting rattled. He knows it's going to be a long day.
Somebody that tends to get rattled a lot. James Worldwide Watson, we're getting word that we've caught back up with him out on the big pond. Let's go check in with Mr. Worldwide himself, James Watson.
Goby color.
Well, I don't think it's been that stellar of a day, at least for the guys that made the run up here towards the Detroit River. We trailered, thank goodness, because it's rough out there. But we had a couple fish catches, and that is it. Everybody we pulled up on kind of singing the blues. We'll see what their day turns out like, and maybe the guys elsewhere caught them, but up this way today, not so good.
Part of their, I'm sure a big part of their income, fishing license.
Short and sweet with the Mr. Worldwide, but it does that area. That's the area.
And
Brandon
they charge
Perkins
more
is
for
in.
people from
so
out of
many
state.
guys. Drew 6.
So-
I believe it's the same area that Danny's in. He's not seeing the quality he saw yesterday. Of course, technical difficulties.
All right, well, we're still doing the drifting thing, and I've got 5 in the box for, I don't know, probably 16 pounds, and looking to try to upgrade. It's a little bit challenging without a trolling motor, but, you know, we're making do. Redneck Texas boys can kind of do whatever it takes to get it done sometimes, so that's what we're doing. We're just improvising, using the big motor to move us around and just making some long drifts. Actually caught 2 doing that, so I know that it can be done, and I know that I can upgrade doing that. So, you know, we're just looking for a couple of them 5-pounders to bump us on up around 20 pounds and give us a shot at this thing. Just want to give a shout out to my wife back home. She's holding down the fort, Linda. Give a shout out to my friends that are watching me on live. Appreciate all the support, and look forward to seeing what we can do.
You know, you hate to see Danny having these technical issues out there on the water, but it just happens. Both of our leaders yesterday overcame huge mechanical failures to be able to get their fish back in. Danny saying he's got 16 pounds, and you know, with our last unofficial look there, if he's got 16 to go with the 21 yesterday, I went to county school, but I can do that math. He's 37 pounds. I mean, he's going to be in the thick of it going into Showdown Saturday as well, but just making the most of it. But you know, we have a sponsor here, the Bass Tank. that takes care of those technical issues. They take care of those mechanical issues and try to keep you as prepared as they can. And it actually started, the company started due to mechanical failures in tournaments. And we're going to take a look at what makes the bass tank tick right now with John Hookup Soakup.
Hey everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
It's a long ride from Lake Erie to the Bass Tank in Oklahoma for Danny, though. So he's going to have to get some help. Probably, you know, go to your boys there at Clemens, beat on their door to get this trolling motor worked on tonight, because he's going to be in the mix. Appreciate the folks at the Bass Tank supporting the National Professional Fishing League.
Look. Danny getting it done though, man.
Listen, we all like to, you see the videos of the guys running and gunning and jumping on the front deck and throwing the trolling motor down and going, I mean, who doesn't want to be able to fish this way? I mean, it's not ideal, but.
Dude, what better place for this to happen at, right? And we were fishing somewhere more shallow and more of a river system or what have you. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I'd be back on the daggone trailer. He's out there just drifting, still catching them. Uh-oh.
Feel like a drum.
I hear drag. Get him, Danny. He means business now.
All right, I'm going hot mess of the day. This is the Fat Cat hot mess.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, just from the.
If he gets it in the net, it's all part. Listen, to the drum.
Yep, hot mess.
Hot mess.
With the drum, we can go hot mess. Guys, we're going to need a Fat Cat Newton's hot mess of the day graphic.
Look at that.
Please.
I'd put that in live
for Showdown Saturday.
I'm eating drum sandwiches.
We're going to let Danny take his issues out with that drum, and we're going to check back in with Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. He's had plenty of adversity in the first 2 days of this event as well.
Yeah, Brandon's definitely moving to the beat of a different drum over here.
I'm still sucking currently. I got several to go on this hole right here when I just pulled up. I coiled once, maybe twice, I don't know. And then I bowed up and was like, yes, the right one, and never saw it, just pulled off. But I've had several followers, little ones. I can see some small ones swimming around on active target, but I don't know, man. It's totally a different day. Totally a different day today. But, you know, you pull up on the right one of these and catch like, you know, 3, 4.5, 4 3/4 quick like, then the day is different. And it can do that quick like. I'm just in the process of running through a lot of stuff as quickly as I can. The way that they've been biting a drop shot today, way better than a plug. I should probably be throwing that, but man, I feel like I'm rushing on time. Just all that mind stuff. Like, if I had to check in at 5:30 today, I would, you know, I was about to say not be freaking out right now. I'm not necessarily freaking out, but I'm fishing faster than I would like to based on how the day's gone. Because they've not really proven to eat a plug except for on this hole. And I'm out here winching away like I got a school found on the Tennessee River in June.
How about plug care? Throwing that crankbait in that grass, and you want to slap it on the water, slap it on the water.
Yeah, you can certainly break the bill right off of one.
I know, I've done it.
Depends on the brand.
They don't look big.
Some are a little more tender than others.
One followed me up. That was about the size of my plug.
Brandon and I were talking last night. He said
It's
that
slow.
This was something that, this technique was something he had watched somebody in another event from a couple of years ago on a television show do. And
like more
he said,
consistently, but what's eating that drop shot is not necessarily what I'm wanting.
but he said he just assumed watching, it was another Tennessee angler.
Trick old Sally.
Your boy Michael Neal.
My boy.
He said he was cranking, and he said, I just assumed he was cranking rock. You know, he said, and then I get up here and I kind of start looking around, and it's actually cranking over the top of this grass on these flats, you know. So
he's a good one to be watching, too. Old Neal been on a roll, son.
There was an FLW event here.
All right, here's one right here. We ready for this? Let's go.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I can see them suckers, and they're not even moving. Not chasing it. And they may not be big enough to eat this. Come on.
don't think you can't stress enough how much of an impact it takes and makes on these guys. Having that boat trouble yesterday, having a trailer over to Detroit, which is not just around the corner from Port Clinton there, right? So he had to have somebody come all the way over there and get him. He trolling motored in. He told me had the wind not been blowing the direction it was blowing, they would have never got in without being towed in. But he made it on the trolling motor into the Detroit River, was able to get loaded out there. And, you know, then you're driving all the way back. Then you still got a rig for the next day. You got to try to figure out your mechanical issue, because these rough boat rides after 3 days of practice, I mean, your body, you are absolutely worn down. So I think that tends to, so many times I think we armchair quarterback it. You see a guy getting frustrated or, quote, spinning out, and I'm not saying Brandon is at all right now, but it certainly impacts your day, man, and your decision making, because you're tired, you're beat down.
So many different variables.
Yes, and then you pull in.
The wind undid my mess, I guess.
Get to where you want to be. You take your time getting there. You get beat up getting there, and then there's eelgrass everywhere.
It's hard on a man.
Very hard. So these guys have all been through it this week in Lake Erie for sure. It's a physical and mental test. Brandon's going to make a move. We're going to move back over to Ohio's own Dan Blackert.
Came into day two. He knew it was going to be a tough bite, like I say, during
Fish
practice.
won't come after this bait. I'm getting it close to him.
I've been getting 6 to 8 bites a day. He said he had 7 yesterday. We're seeing it here again today, man. It's just been slow for him.
And is around the same type quality we're seeing with Scott Siller. Maybe not as many of those 5+ pounders as we saw Scott bring in yesterday, but certainly that 4-pound plus caliber fish that it takes to get to the 20, 22 pound range like Dan had yesterday. You know, Dan, we've talked a lot about adversity. It's been the theme of our day so far, and was the same yesterday. Dan, at the last event, Saginaw Bay, had his day one weight completely DQ'd, thrown out to 0 because he had a great stringer of largemouth.
Every time I get them in the scope, they
did
run
not
to the bottom or something.
Realize where the off limits area
Can't
was
stay on 'em.
by the weigh in, and just came in early, had what he thought he could catch, and made a few casts in the off limits area, one of those self-reported deals, and it was crazy. He throws them back. They give him the option. They're like, well, you can, Tournament Director Sean Mullall says, you can throw them back and just go back out there, man. You know, fish for an hour. He's down and out. They talk him into going back out. He catches 12 or 13 pounds. He ends up getting a nice check, but had he weighed what he had in the box, he comes very close to winning Saginaw Bay.
Yeah,
very close.
It was
based on his estimate.
That was a hard pill to swallow. He did a very good job because he knew it was his own fault, but it was over 17 pounds he had to release.
It would have been
probably closer to 20. But
that first spot I stopped on might turn on this morning, turn on this afternoon.
If he doesn't beat Gary Atkins, he's very close second.
Couldn't have been too much more room to be much closer because Gary won by what, 3 ounces?
Yeah, it was tight. To who? Trent Palmer, who's making noise.
Trent's at. I'm telling you, man.
Electronic specialist.
I see you now.
That's why I enjoyed the diversity in our schedule. You know, we had that southern swing. We come up north, and we've seen the progressive AOY constantly change. That leaderboard's constantly changed. It's going to continue after this event.
Oh, yeah. The top 10 will look way different
Absolutely.
going into the final event there at Toho.
Then we end the season in Florida. It's wild, man. I really enjoyed the schedule.
Well, we said the same thing last year. You get that true angler of the year, angler of the seasons, right? We're fishing. We started in the winter in Kentucky and floods and crazy weather. Then we have a sight fish event there at Lake Hartwell. Watts Bar is that funky post-spawn time on the Tennessee River. It was a tough event that Patrick Walters was able to take home there. Then you go to Saginaw and it's just a beat down, tons of fish catches, lots of things going on, but the weather plays a factor. Then you've got this Great Lakes event, and then we're going to end in the fall in Florida, which for most tournament trails, it's not a time of the year that you see the national trails go there. A lot of people like to start the year in Florida because obviously it's warmer than the rest of the country, so you can get in those January and March events that you can't typically start other places. So it's going to be different. I think that's going to be one to watch for sure down at Toho, because if they can get a couple of cold fronts, because it actually works in reverse down there. If you can get a couple of cold fronts before we get there, and we're late October, first week in November, right? Those fish actually start spawning when it cools off, right? Because it's so warm there all the time. So yeah, that one might surprise some people. You think the fall in the South, it's 12 pounds a day. And that's true. It's tough fishing in a lot of places in the country. That one's going to surprise some folks of what these boys bring in at Toho for Event 6.
Talking to some of the guys that have experience down there that time of the year, that's what we're hearing.
It'd be very an interesting event for a lot of folks. Be very typical Florida punching, swim jigging, chatterbaiting, but you also have this deal there in the fall like you do in many parts of the country where it's just open water schoolers to get out over nothing and chase bait. And there can be 4 and 5 pounders, 6 pounders, 7 pounders in these huge schools in the middle of the lake. You see a lot of lipless crankbaits and things like that. So
might see some more Whitmire down there on camera.
That's right.
So yeah, I got
I see some more Siller down there as
in the
well.
box. I'm chasing smallmouth right now. I mean, I can see them, but I can't get them to bite. There's a bunch of fish here. Just keep trying to throw at them, and see if I can't hit them. But they're not playing around too well right now. Kind of hoping that this bright sun would turn them on a little bit, get them going. It's been overcast most of the day, so we're just trying to pick out a limit here. I knew it was going to be tough. I just didn't know it was going to be this tough with these fish. I got one on it right now. That was definitely a smallmouth. He came up and absolutely hammered it, but didn't eat it.
Of course,
I can't believe that.
Before forward-facing sonar, you wouldn't have that frustration.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But it's good and bad. Sometimes it can make you stay too long in a place, and sometimes it's like his last fish. He said he saw it come up, took a swipe at the bait and missed it, dropped it right back, catches it.
That's right.
There's freaking 5 or 6 of them down there. One just come up and absolutely hammered it. I don't know if these fish are getting educated or what's going on, but they are not eating this bait. Oh man, there's some big fish. There's some big fish down there. Show them a different color here. Maybe it's color, I don't know. My, oh my. It's that spot that we started on here. They just keep coming back to it. Man, there's some big fish down there. Trying to pick up one more before we have to start heading back in. There's a goby. Got gobies on there. And a goby took me to rock. Gobies.
At least you can sit there and laugh about it.
You know, those waves just never really let up around Dan today.
No.
It's been this way since we went live with him first thing, the open of the show.
He had no pedestal seat either, man. He's used to it. He's dialed in. That Vexus is sturdy.
From Blackert, we're going to go check back in with Stu Martell. Started the day in 5th place, 21 pounds, a mixed bag yesterday. Looks like he might be throwing in the towel on the smallies and working some structure for some largemouth maybe.
We've moved to largemouth for the rest of the afternoon. I still only have 4 in the box. I don't have my 5th fish. I'm looking for a nice largemouth, or 2 or 3 or 4 of them in the next few hours. Check-in's at 4:45, so I got plenty of time. One thing I've noticed is there is a lot of boat traffic today in the harbor here, so that could blow things up. So what I might do is look for some smaller harbors and just go fish some fresh water after I look at a few things here. We're gonna go inside this harbor, Marina Harbor here in a minute, but almost hit the bird. Trying to finish up a little, what I thought was a hot spot. During practice anyhow. Everything's on the move this time of year. Everything.
How many fish you have in the box right now?
Grinding away.
How many fish you have in a box, and what do you have for weight, you think?
I have 4. You know, this morning we were offshore and my phone doesn't work, so I couldn't enter them. Right now I'm pressed to just catch fish. I probably have 10 pounds, if I'm lucky. So, well, one of these largemouth that I caught in practice along this wall could change that big time. Oh, that was a rock. And I lost my favorite crankbait. Please float. Oh, it floated.
Easy, bud. There you go.
Oh, cormorant. Woo!
Oh, watch that trolling motor
rental.
now.
I hope so.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to be over there at Clemens before it's over with
No
with
doubt.
everybody else.
Felt that.
It's going to be packed.
Wonder what the labor rate is at Clemens.
Oh, we fixing to find out.
We've been, hey, some boys fixing to get some bills, son.
That's another pair of scissors.
Stu Martell back over to Danny Weems. He's facing all kind of adversity today. Or adversity since about 11 o'clock, I should say, because it was a party before that.
Oh, it was.
I still think it's a party. Danny's got that upbeat attitude.
Oh, yeah. He's a good old boy.
Ah, look at that. You got me a goby.
Okay.
I guarantee that'll be on 2 pieces of loaf bread tonight. The Texas boys don't throw nothing back. They roll out some cornmeal,
That's one
put
of
some
them
hot
smallmouth
grease.
here, right there.
All right, let it go. I'll be dog.
That's why all those green pumpkin baits work right there, too. Green pumpkin with a little pearl sometimes. You know, all of these Great Lakes have benefited from the goby, and they're an invasive species. That's what's always so amazing. Everybody gets up in arms about invasive species for one reason or another.
Absolutely.
And for good reason. I mean, you live in a part of the world where the snakehead became the most hated fish in the world.
One time, and now they're fully embraced. Similar to the
For
goby,
sure,
depending upon
for
who you
sure.
talk to.
Yeah, that's
but
right. And I don't think the goby had any, major ecological, downsides to being in these fisheries, but man, they just became these little protein-packed snacks for these smallmouth. And some of these fisheries you're talking about within the last, I'll say 10, 15 years, 10, 12 pounds was a big deal. You catch a 12-pound stringer. Now, like we saw a sailor yesterday, 26 pounds. I mean, these fisheries have exploded, and it's whether that's Champlain up in New York or St. Clair in Michigan or the Sandusky area here at Lake Erie, the goby has absolutely helped all these fisheries tremendously.
It's incredible, man.
And you get them big enough to bite your bait.
That's right.
These days.
Like you see, so many baits now. Like from the profile to the color to everything is to mimic that goby.
We're going to check back in with Tennessee's Brandon Perkins, kind of the leader of the adversity team today, dealing with the rough boat rides, and
he's been dealing with it. Like you say, his primary pattern being hindered by the eelgrass. Not able to throw that crankbait as much as he wants to. He was stuck having to throw a drop shot on a spinner rod. Oh, there he goes. He had to borrow a spinner rod. He didn't own one.
Dadgummit, they're out there following my plug, and I got 4 pounds of grass on it.
could have just gone to Fisherman Central.
Could have. Good point.
If I can make a clean cast right here, I can catch one.
Dan might have sold him a rod and reel at a discount.
Absolutely. You can always order one at fishermancentral.com. Is he bowed up?
Look at that grass between him and listen, that can put slack in your line.
Dadgummit. Holy carp. I lost him and another one got it.
Oh.
Maybe the same one. I don't know, but he's barely got one hook. And I think he'll call. This is gonna be exciting. I need to get 2 hooks in him. Somehow. The fish came off and another one grabbed it, or same fish grabbed it, I couldn't tell. I mean, I don't even think he'll call big time, but you can't tell with these suckers. I think he's got 2 hooks now, though.
Oh. Looks like we lost signal with Brandon Perkins there a little.
I believe
Blacker did. I apologize to Dan for ever saying it got calmer. When he gets down in some of those troughs, it's...
Uh-oh, bowed up.
That's a smallmouth. Smallmouth for sure. That's a good one too. I saw him when that sonar switched the other direction. Oh, it's a good one. Stay on.
Oof.
Oh, she's huge. That's a good one.
This might be the biggest fish we've seen all
That
day.
is a good one. Come here, girl. Come here.
Sure looked at when she jumped. She was thick.
We're out. Come on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Get it.
Holy smokes, that's a good one.
Boom goes the
That's what we
dynamite.
need. Man, that's a toad.
That's a big smallmouth.
Worth beating yourself up in the waves for, isn't it? Yeah, she wasn't coming off. Man, she smoked that thing too. Yeah, that's a...
Oh, that's a hoss.
That's
a
what you
hoss.
come up here for right there. That is a chunkster.
Listen,
One more
low
ball.
and slow, Dan Blacker,
heading back
when he
in.
puts one on the board,
You're here.
you don't have to worry about culling it. And I'm going to do some backpedaling, and I'm going to say if he keeps getting bit like he's getting bit, we got a 2-man race for sure.
Heard.
We were ready to, and by we, I mean me, give it to Siller. That 26 pounds helps Siller a lot.
It does, man. Gives him a good 5-pound cushion.
Healthy fish.
4-pound lead over Dan coming into today, and he's caught him again today. Just that little bit of distance could make a lot of difference tomorrow.
I'll be all right for the day. Boy, she smoked that thing too.
Man, what that does for your mental confidence as well, like, you know time's going away, but you just got to get one bite. And even if it's a 3-pounder, right? You know what I mean? He's got 4 great fish. He's going to end the day in really, really good shape going into Showdown Saturday. It's been awesome to watch Dan today. I know everybody wants to see 400 fish catches, but to watch him persevere through the rough water and just, he hasn't really lost any fish. I think he mentioned earlier, maybe one came off that he didn't get to see, but not getting a lot of bites, but just to grind away. It's really cool to see.
Not that I hope I hope God's got way more important things to do than worry about my fish, but thank you anyway.
There you go.
That thing kicked sideways, trying to make up for a wave. As soon as it kicked sideways, I seen a rock and a fish sitting there. I just threw at it. Unbelievable. And there's a rock.
Good stuff from Dan Blackert. Now we're going to check back in with the man everybody's trying to run down, Scott Siller.
That's what's weird. There's only one there. There's not another fish there.
They've been talking, they've been spread out, man. That's the word of the whole tournament. They've just been sparse, spread out. No wolf packs, no wads.
You know, Fat Cat, we're lucky. We get to see all the cameras and what's going on, and Siller has been kind of taking it easy for the last couple of hours, but here he goes again.
Here he goes again.
Not to be outdone by Dan Blacker, your unofficial leader.
So hard to tell. I've been
Fisherman reply. It's a big one.
I've been wrong all day. It's a good one. I don't know if it'll help. No, that ain't gonna help. What do you think? No, that's not very big.
Oh, it's just a 3.5. Get those things out of here.
I guess I can look, but I don't think it's as big as.
That's a really healthy fish.
It is.
And if it doesn't help him, let's see us. Is that his smallest? Look how thick the one in his right hand is. Didn't help.
All gut, no butt.
Did it go down?
Has he got 20?
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
He says he's got 20. Does he got 20? He's not weighing them. Says his scales are messed up.
I don't know what else to do, Scotty.
I don't know, man.
Burn up more baits, I guess. You know what? I'm going to throw that flat nose minnow. I'll throw this.
He's like, just killing time.
Yeah. Big deal.
He needs to go hang out with Danny Weems and crew.
Yeah, no doubt. Eat some of those snacks, hang out, drink
Yeah.
some Cokes, tell some jokes.
All right, from Scott Siller over to Danny Weems.
Technically, I'm not supposed to put the camera on them in case they do come back up.
Oh.
Look. Danny back on the
Wait a
trolling
second.
motor. What's up?
All right, well, we've got our trolling motor back for now. I'd like to thank all the people back home for praying for it. I know that's what it was.
I'd say it was miraculous
Still
if he just
looking to
came back
upgrade.
on.
Got our limit of, still got about 16 pounds looking to upgrade, but if this trolling motor will keep working, I feel pretty confident that we can. I really think that I could get 18 to 20 pounds here again today, pretty easily if I have a trolling motor that'll work. So that's what we're doing. We're back in business for the meantime, and just seeing if we can upgrade.
It's good news.
It's nice to be able to get back on the front of the boat instead of sitting at the console.
You didn't cut him no slack sitting at the console, though. He's still catching them.
Finished out a limit.
Good for him, man. Glad to see it. It's that positive
Felt like
energy,
I was
man.
drift fishing for catfish like we used to do back on Lake Tawakoni there in Texas.
Whatever works. That's what I say.
I imagine Fat Cat knows a little bit about that.
Oh, yes, sir. You know all about that life, Danny.
Oh, he would have loved being able to just sit down and kick his feet up and fish for smallmouth.
Are you kidding me?
Got him all fired up in the studio.
Let's
he already
go,
has his feet
man.
on the desk in here. It's crazy.
Set back, toss some bait to a few jugs, set them jugs out. Cast that tight line out, set back and marinate, eat some snacks, have a few drinks. It's good living. Put a little bell on the end of the rod. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Fish on. Take them home, nail them to a tree, dress them out, get the hot grease going. Don't
We
tempt me
still
with a
live?
good time.
So hey, Fat Cat, we've got some mutual friends back in Texas told me to tell you hello. Brian South and his son Pake South. They said to tell you hello, and Pake is actually teaming up with me this year. We're going to fish a little team circuit there in Texas starting next week. So anyway, they said they knew you from several years back and wanted me to give you a shout out from them.
Hey, all right, old South boys. We've done this since '87. We used to, I think his granddaddy owned a barbershop down there on William Street. Used to go down and get my hair cut back in the day. Trim it with, he used a pair of rusty old fish grips. He would snip it and snap it, things of that nature. He used to braid my hair, things like that. Old South boys down there in Texas, man. They know how to have a good time.
Wind's starting to change directions or something. The current's changing around too, so maybe that'll trigger these bigger fish to roll up in here and start biting. I know it did yesterday whenever it changed.
we'll hope things continue to get better for Danny as he gets his trolling motor back. And while he is trying to upgrade, we're going to check in with our sponsors as we enter, getting real close to this final hour of NPFL live coverage here. Lake Erie, you're getting all the shout outs. I'm over it, to be honest. Hey, Danny, if you could find some people that know me down in Texas, I would appreciate it. My ego can't handle Fat Cat getting all the shout outs all the time. We'll see everybody on the other side for more NPFL live action with Luke Duncan and Luke Duncan.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Danny Weems. Uh-oh, he's going to unleash the beast. Taking the PFD off. Get that pedestal seat in full operation. Trolling motor back in action. Out there having a big old Texas time here. Stop number 5 in National Professional Fishing League, Sandusky Bay here on Lake Erie, presented by Fisherman Central. Been a pretty meaty tournament so far. Not a lot of fish catches going on, but they are catching the good ones. Scott Stiller probably sitting with a little over 20 pounds in the box, give or take. Danny's been working though, man. Just been working, getting them fish in the boat. Like I said, we saw him fishing from the console for a little while. Got that trolling motor back in action.
And I wasn't mad at that.
No, I loved it. I was all about that life. I thought, like I say, he's a trailblazing, trend-setting pioneer. I thought he was starting something new.
Overcoming adversity, for sure. So many of our anglers having to, and that's just the nature of the beast with a lake like this that can turn on a dime. Conditions are, it's not your normal bass fishery.
Well, dude, and
that's
also,
for sure.
well, when you're playing at this level, you don't have any choice. You got so much invested to where you can't just load up and go home. You got too many people relying on you that are supporting you to be out there. You have a bad day, you can't just load up and go home. You got to stay out there and stick with it. And we're seeing a lot of our guys having to do that.
Very true.
Yeah,
Danny,
that
we're
went
going to
again.
check back in with Brandon Perkins, the Tennessee Pro,
gets tired,
winner
I
of stop
guess.
number 4 last year on the home pond. One of the most electric weigh-ins we had last year, man. The whole town of Counts, Tennessee came out to see Brandon Perkins. Let's check back in and see if his day is getting any better, because so far today, a lot of small fish and a lot of eelgrass for Brandon Perkins.
Oh, that man's season was full of highs and full of lows. Like, he had the highest point of winning and then lost that AOY because of boat trouble, and have mercy.
Barely missed winning Winnebago.
Barely missed it. Yeah, man, true story.
I think he's the same size as everything else I got. But he may not be. I couldn't see him just then. I mean, he's fighting like he's a big one, but I know he's not a big one. He may be a cooler. No. That sucker was awesome. I saw him on active target, dropped it to him, and he caught it in the air. Oh, there's more out there where I just flipped to.
Still just not the quality that he saw in these places yesterday. And a lot of these Great Lakes are known for that. Here today, gone tomorrow. I mean, it certainly happens. For Siller to do what he's done, I mean, obviously, people get in an area that's got, like we're seeing with Scott, so many quality fish, it's hard to mess up, right? But also these schools, they do school up by size a lot, and you'll see them there one day, you come back in the next day and it's 2 pounders. I mean, it definitely happens.
That's one thing Dan was talking about. You know, like I said, Dan having so much experience up here, Dan Blackard, Fisherman Central Pro, was speaking on that just as far as the wind shifting. You know, you have to kind of have an idea of where they're going to go when that wind starts to shift and how they're going to reposition and why they're going to reposition. Like, you know, trying to find a rhyme for the reason.
We're going to check back in with Scott the Thriller Siller, unofficial leader. And I'm going to go ahead and say probably very official leader after that 26 pounds yesterday. Day 1, 26 pounds, and today he estimates he's got 20 in the box again. And from what we've seen, looking at everything he's caught, I'd say he's close. I'd say he's right on the money with that.
And quality seems to gradually get better for him.
Hooked up.
Feels pretty good. I think this is going to be a good one.
And we saw Scott take his time, take a little break. Talking about leaving, and now but I think he knows that anything he can put on the board tomorrow, he doesn't have to worry. I mean, the board today, he doesn't have to worry about on Showdown Saturday, and he already had such a big lead.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And to him, he may not know that it's this tough on everybody else as well.
Scott's retired, and the trade that he retired from kind of conditioned him to deal well with pressure.
Come here, buddy. Pretty good fish. It's long. Yeah,
male model. He's a
male model.
Yeah. I feel his pain on that stressful career.
Between male model and police enforcement, he definitely learned how to handle the pressure. Probably more the male modeling though.
That's bigger than that other one, don't you think?
He's still selling that calendar on TNPFL.
Help me out, baby girl.
He is. Everybody home should go check it out.
All right, Siller's going to make a call, and we're going to check back in with Stu Martell. Yet another upgrade, it looks like, for the thriller himself.
Ooh, a little
Blue
change of
steel.
scenery.
It's like a prime opportunity to maybe see a Karen.
Oh, yeah.
New boat, yeah, that one. Grady White's a fantastic
wild.
boat.
Why don't you give me a little update?
Guys, there's not much to update other than we are moved into the harbor looking for a couple largemouth, and it has just been a grind. I don't wish ill on anyone else, but I sure hope they're struggling like me, and it's just not me struggling. Still have plenty of time. 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Anything could happen. Afternoon bite could pop up for us and put 15 more pounds in the boat real quick. But it's a tough day for this old bass fishing fool. It is anyhow. Maybe I launched on the wrong lake today. I don't know. Am I still on Erie?
Yes. Are these the boats we're going to see tomorrow?
What's that?
These the boats we're going to see tomorrow?
Yeah. These are the boats that we're going to be fighting tomorrow. I mean, sharing the water with tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow Watson's going to be all up in the middle of all that.
Beautiful area.
Stu does look like he's locked out of Lake Erie now. This is something that we might see at Hartwell. Not something that we're really expecting to see a lot.
Scenery. No, sir.
He's definitely bounced around a lot today and tried a lot of different things. Obviously, it's a tough day on Stu.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. It's taking my mind off this long, hard day. It's this way I can't hear my thoughts.
From Stu, we're going to check back in with Tennessee's Brandon Perkins.
He's committed to throwing that plug, isn't he? He's going to get it out there.
Listen, you bring 22 pounds in and catch as many as he did yesterday on something. I mean, it's hard to. And when they hit it like that, fish on for Brandon Perkins.
Here he is. I don't know how big it is. There's about 18 with it. I don't think it's a giant at all. But you can't never tell. Holy crap, he's about to come off. No, I don't want him coming off. Because then I won't know if he helps or not.
One hook.
Oh my gosh. I don't believe so. There was a bunch with his butt though.
You know, we've talked a lot about Perkins' tough day today, but he gets them to fire, and he's right back in the same shape he was in yesterday, size-wise.
100% sure.
Or one of those schools that we were talking earlier that turned into ghosts that left, show back up.
That's right. Yep. So the white one's the one we just got.
We'll let Perkins sort it out. We're going to check back in with the unofficial leader, Scott Siller.
There's a bunch of them right here. I'll get one here. They're talking, they know each other apparently.
Siller hooked up. Something I feel like we've said a lot at this point today. And man, you just kind of get those feelings. You look around, there's nobody in the background. He takes his time, he sits down for a little bit. He's like, I mean, 'cause 2 hours ago, we thought he had already started going back in. We lost camera signal with him for a little bit, and we were actually here in the studio behind the scenes talking about, well, I guess we got to explain that Scott's headed back in, and he took a break and decided to start fishing again. Another just
stout.
They're just a different caliber where he's at.
Definitely ain't gonna help.
Definitely ain't gonna help. He's doing okay.
But with that check-in time that he's got, I mean, he's got a long time. He's just gonna ease in, take care of the fish, not try to beat them up too bad. But he's got to be getting to a point. You know, we've got about 45 minutes left here in our live broadcast, and we go off the air obviously at 2 o'clock. He's got to be starting to think about pulling the plug and heading back in, right?
Absolutely.
Especially after the mechanical.
Yeah, fish management, you would think so. Ando's going to day 3.
With a chance at 50 grand.
But you know, and then you hear the mindset of like Dan Blackard. He was like, man, maybe I shouldn't have let off of him yesterday. Should have stayed on him. You know, if he doesn't have 26 in a live well, I don't know what goes to their head, man. Honestly, I don't, because it's dang if you do, dang if you don't, one of those things.
The thing is, he knows, man, that anything today, that 22-pound pace was what was chasing him down, right? Like, he knocked it out of the park 26, so he had a 4-pound lead. He knows in his head, all right, I catch 17, 18 today to go with my 26.
Don't mean they're going to be there tomorrow, though.
That's right.
Get as much as you can get
that's
today.
right.
Yeah. Because like we talked about, you ain't.
But I'll promise you, Scott, he's a confident guy.
Yes.
He's upset that he didn't get to go to the weigh-in yesterday to show those fish off. He wants to bring in another 26.
Oh,
Trust
absolutely.
Me. He don't want to just lay down and go, well, I got 20, which is a great stringer that most of our guys would do terrible things for right now, right? They pay a lot of money for 20 pounds. Yeah. And he's like, I got 20. He wants as much as he can get to just blow it out tomorrow.
Camera guy Checking the camera.
Just sitting out here watching airplanes.
Well, Gary Allen.
From Scott Siller, catching another one that didn't help. Back over to Dan Blackard. Fisherman Central Pro, 4 in the box.
Oh, I got me a giant one. There we go.
Can't believe a 5-pounder didn't eat that when he was trying to bring it in with the quality we've seen Dan catch so far today.
I like hearing him laugh like that.
Oh, little guy.
He just heads in the right spot.
He knows he's one bite out from really being in it. But if you're just joining us, Dan, a slow day numbers-wise, but has 4 in the box that are just the right kind.
That's right.
He needs one more bite, and he's got a long, long day left fishing time-wise to get it done, and I feel like he's going to come in with a great limit.
Same here. Like I say, he came into day 2 knowing that it was going to be a tough bite. During practice, he was only getting 6 to 8 bites a day that were good. Yesterday, he had 7 bites.
Fat Cat, has it calmed down where he's at? I've said that about 5 times
No,
today,
it's
but
gotten a
it
whole lot
does
better.
look like it's calmed down.
Yeah, it's gotten a whole lot better. And that's kind of the forecast finally starting to go into play. That latter part of the day, the wind was going to lay down and start to shift.
There were a few times earlier today, though, man, the distance between the bow of his boat and the bottom of the trough he was in, the swell, I mean, it was pretty beefy
He
out
even
there.
mentioned how it was giving him trouble with the transducer
That's
being
right.
able to pick up because it was coming out of the water on him.
I think you're going to have 3 or 4 guys within striking distance tomorrow, because just like we keep saying, I mean, yeah, Siller, huge stringer yesterday, great bag again today.
You think
anything can happen on this?
Only 3 or 4 guys? Because
Well, I mean,
obviously
obviously
the guys that did good day 1, day 2, come day, they still have to do good on day 3, and you've got guys that consist. It's like you top 10 have all 20-pound sacks.
Yeah,
Top 10,
you're going to need
17 all the way
you're
down
going to have to
36.
have at least a 20-pound average, no matter what happens, to take this thing home. Just because there were so many of them yesterday, and you had several that 21 plus 2, 22. So Scott's not going to make it easy on anybody, for sure. But if he can get out there, do his work, get back, it's going to be. It's his to lose with the qualities around. I mean, goodness, great. What we've got to have a front row view to today, what he's been out there doing on that area by himself. And what scares me for a guy like Dan is how few bites he's getting, ultimately. Doesn't bother Dan at all.
Not at all.
Because of the size they are, but man, Scott's getting a lot of quality bites, especially this afternoon. It's been.
And we talked about tomorrow,
wild
top
to see.
10. You know, they go out their first flight out, last flight in. So 7 to 5:30 tomorrow. Long day of fishing.
Long day. Of course, our coverage tomorrow will run from 8 a.m. Eastern till 2 p.m. Eastern. So lots of things can happen once we go off the air, and the same today. We go off the air with you here just shy of 45 minutes away, 40 minutes now. And you'll have to tune in to that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, Fisherman Central there in Port Clinton. If you're in the area, go say hi. Don't tell your wife you're going to the tackle store. You're definitely going to want to take some cash. Don't take a debit card, because you're going to spend some money if you go there. That is for sure there, but we appreciate the folks from Fisherman Central hosting us this week.
Rolling out the red carpet, man, it has been great. We did all the round tables out of Fisherman Central. A lot of the anglers that had never been able to visit one were able to visit it and had their minds blown, because it is a amazing store, man. Like I say, the one here, Port Clinton, over 32,000 square feet of fishing heaven. They have another one in Akron, Ohio, of 25,000 square foot of just the best selection under roof that I've ever witnessed. that has not been a warehouse. And actually, if you think about it, they actually are their own warehouse. It's a situation where their online presence is strong, fishermancentral.com. You make an order, they pull out, they walk it to the floor, pull it off the shelf, throw it in the box, and mail it to you that day.
We appreciate the folks at Fisherman Central and all of our sponsors. We're going to take a look at them right now that make everything possible here. And we'll see you all back on Lake Erie for more smallmouth action as we wind down the final moments of NPFL Live Day 2, Lake Erie.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to Lake Erie. And Dan Blackard.
Shoot.
Dan around quality, not quantity, that's for sure.
That's how I like my friends. You know what I mean?
No wonder you don't call me back.
True story.
Blackard's dealing with the real estate there, the bottom of Lake Erie. We're going to check back in with Tennessee's Brandon Perkins.
Doesn't seem to be nearly as breezy as it was this morning, but
don't say that, it'll come back.
Turned up like a washing machine. But tough day, man. I mean, not what I wanted at all. I thought this was pretty special here, and I still think it could be. You know, I could potentially weigh a big bag in tomorrow, but you know, definitely cost myself a shot. And I don't think like, hey man, you've messed up, I did something wrong today. It's just a combo of stuff. This grass coming in has been the biggest deal that's hurt. They don't look big, but I gotta drop on them when I see them.
And he's right. There's not a lot of things he could have done any different. He had a solid game plan. He just got really messed up by some bad conditions.
I don't see them yet.
And unfortunately, the size fish that
he
he was able to get in the boat just haven't been the quality you saw yesterday.
I mean, this is cool stuff. I've really never gotten to use my active target a bunch. And look, say what you want about it. Hey, it's cheating and it's this and that, but it's the new deal. It's a baby. Now I'm in 14 pounds of grass. But it is definitely the deal. And I need to sharpen my game with it. I mean, I wouldn't have said that had that been a 5-pounder. It was not. I got look like I'm dang Florida punching mats over here. I do. It's crazy. Crazy. But I got a couple more minutes left to fish. I'm fixing to try to hammer down here and see if we can't cull 2 or 3 times. I mean, at this point, in my mind, I mean, it's crazy how your mind works in an individual tournament where you don't know what other people are doing. You know, there's too many big bags weighed in yesterday. There's gonna be, you know, a bunch of 40 bags after today. My deal is like, hey, just get up there where you have a shot to make a top 10. It's kind of turned away from a winning deal. I mean, not mentally, I'm not gonna fish different. It's just turned into, hey, we're fishing for a check now, and that's all good. I like fishing for checks. I'll fish the same tomorrow, Lord willing. But there's 3. Those look like good ones too. Those actually look bigger than the other ones. Come on, man. I got on top of them quick. Where y'all at? It's wild how I mean, I guess because they're so athletic and I just blew them out, but come on, let's stop making waves for a second. Yeah, those were set up like bigger fish right there. And now I don't know where they are. I guess I spooked them when I put it in reverse. Put it in reverse, Terry.
Back up, Brandon.
All right, let's see here.
From Brandon over to Scott Siller,
I see
tournament
one
leader.
there, but that is not the same size as I saw a second ago. Anyway, active.
It's pretty much having 2 dream days in a row, I would say.
Exactly. See, I like how you think.
Thank you.
You knew you were wrong.
Yep.
The longer you stayed here, the more it ate at you.
Yep. Man, I agree. I mean, I hate to be like that guy, but it's like, if I would never go anywhere near this spot if, you know, the first place guys, don't put this on TV. I don't want to sound like a fucking Karen, but
Whoa.
yeah, it's bullshit.
Okay.
This
all right.
This flat nose is
down.
4.5. I didn't know I had a big one in there, so maybe it'll get me a bigger fish. What do you think? You know, the other thing is I can put a Z2 on there. That usually gets bigger fish. That might help.
A Z-Man?
Yeah. Their fluke, their version of the fluke.
Gotcha.
That's a good bait out here.
I learned so much hanging out with you guys.
Hard to tell. He looked decent when he came up. There he is. Hard to tell. Can he be the one? No, he ain't that big. Maybe he is. I don't know. What do you think?
Cookie cutters now.
Sure are.
From Siller back over to Danny Weems.
This one's bigger.
I don't hear the buddy banter like I did
Well,
earlier.
I think Drew left him a while back. You know, we've seen
tired of
Drew
seeing
dobbing
Danny
around.
catch-
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing his boy Danny catch him. All Drew was catching was drum.
Kukra was out there.
Kook was out there. He was catching them too. He was moving up the leaderboard at one time.
Danny will keep that crankbait honest every now and then. You know, he's been loyal to the drop shot, but certainly will pick a plug up and fire it around every now and then.
Yeah, it seems like he's not having any issues with that grass. At least nowhere near compared to what Brandon was dealing with.
The intensity in all the guys as the day drags on.
Oh, dude, it's
wheels turning.
Sure.
All right, we're gonna make a move.
Where are we going, Danny?
He's gonna go find his crew.
Heard that. Some of it. You get some WD-40 on that thing.
Danny, we're going back over to Dan Blackert. I'm talking about that trolling motor creaking, man. We ask a lot of these trolling motors these days. We put all these accessories on them, 360s and lives, there's stuff hanging off of them from every which way.
We do ask a lot of
like
them.
every trolling motor bracket sounds like it's 100 years old these days.
You're fishing the way these guys fish, man. Equipment gets used and abused. I don't care how meticulous you are with your equipment. As much as they fish, it takes a toll on it, man.
This is the 5th day for all of these guys you got to think on this body of water. And I dare say that in 5 days of fishing here, your equipment takes more abuse than it does an entire year fishing other places.
Heard that from a lot of the guys, a lot of the anglers that weren't familiar with it up here, just for, like you say, making a 2-hour run that you've never made before on this kind of water can definitely rattle a few things loose.
Oh, come on.
Dan Blackard talking to him. One of our anglers that hasn't caught very many fish, but he's caught the good ones. Definitely caught the right ones.
It's like they just shut down at times, you know?
Dan just needs one. I'd say he'd settle for just a keeper right now of any kind.
Yeah,
but
this is a good spot right here. This is right on that break.
the quality that he sees when he sets the hook is just incredible. Same thing yesterday. I know we've said that a lot today because it has just been slow, one here, one there for him since 9 this morning. I mean, when he first arrived, it took him about an hour to get here, and he caught a good one pretty quick after we went to him the first time, and took a couple hours before he got bite number 2, and 4 fish in the box now. And that last one was a 5+.
That's been a grind, and he doesn't seem, like I said, we haven't been on him the entire time, but it doesn't seem like he's been jumping around a whole lot. He hasn't really been hole hopping. He's been committed to his areas. That's what he's stuck with. It's funny going from Danny Weems over to Dan Blackard. You can see the deck of the boat's a little different. Danny had 7, 8 rods on the deck of the boat. Dan a little bit more dialed in. Just spinning rods. Just rotating through a couple of different drop shots.
Man, I put it right on one and he came after it.
I don't know who that is over his shoulder, but they've been there a lot of the day when we've gone to him. Deep V.
Bobby.
Is that Kookrel?
I don't know. Could be kook. Hard to tell with that rascal.
I believe that is Kookrel. It's real similar to that deep V he was running when he was around Danny.
He's wearing a hooded jersey too. Might be him.
Another local in this area, very familiar with the body of water. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him around something another local was fishing. These guys all know where it goes down.
That's right. He was around Danny Weems and Drew Six, another local. They were all in the same area earlier.
Wish I could show you these fish in this rock ledge here. I just can't believe I can't get one of them to bite. unless they're just walleyes, but I can't believe they're all walleyes. Too much bait. All right, buddy, we're out. Let's stop and hit this other spot.
So he is going to make a move. We're maybe getting closer to time to make that big run back as well.
Maybe.
Hopefully them big fish show up where I was at yesterday.
So he is going to make one more stop. Sounds like we're getting near the end of our coverage here, and the guys are starting to think about making the journey back to Sandusky Bay, Port Clinton. Dan Blackert certainly wanting to get one more bite to close out the day, to say the least. Blackert's going to make a move, and we're going to move back to tournament leader Scott Siller.
Get down in there.
Does he have it?
Backing up that 26 pounds from yesterday with a nice bag today. And imagine that hooked up again.
Peel and drag, boy.
But it was so gentle and quiet.
Yeah. He ain't strong enough to pull drag like the other ones did. Or my drag got wet or something, maybe, I don't know. I can't tell. No go. No go. That ain't help.
When that's not helping
Yeah.
at this point.
Oh man, I shouldn't have let him eat it that long.
Wish I knew an exact weight on that fish just to know what size is not colored. They're so hard to judge, but I mean, that's a,
It's a hammer.
yeah, it's a great fish. just send it back.
See you.
Unbelievable. And he's still out there, man.
Yep.
We really,
This is the longest day ever.
we agree.
It's
Yeah.
It's been a grind for so many guys today.
It's been a grind in the
Keep fishing.
studio.
Bless your heart, Scott, though. He's grinding the least of anybody.
Okay, but that's all right. Tomorrow will be a whole different deal, you know. I hate sticking these fish still. But man, I don't want to lose this by a pound and have quit fishing on day 2, you know.
The back of his
myself
head.
a chance to catch a big one.
And rightfully so.
I love to see the process, man. That's the beautiful thing about live, and hear these guys talking through these decisions. Because we truly thought he was done 3 hours ago.
Oh yeah,
I'm
for
gonna
sure.
hit a couple other rock piles. I think that's what I'll do. I might actually graph and go deeper or something. No, you know what I'm gonna do now that the wind died down is those isolated little guys I saw. I'm gonna hit those, man, and see if that's just like maybe one big single fish sitting there.
I thought you were going in at 130.
Changed my mind. Yeah, you talked me out of it.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I do.
Yep. That was a good call, Coach. Yeah.
Coach Scott, the Scott and Scott show.
That's it. I guess I could put that Z2 on and see what happens.
Tell you what, that is a dangerous laugh for the rest of the field right now. That chuckle is almost reminiscent of that soak-up laugh that we've talked about so many times when he's got the hammer down. But, I mean, Siller is just doing work today. And welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios for the last time today. And he's a bad dude right now, a very bad dude.
Siller the Thriller, dude, and he's living up to that name because he's putting it on there. It's a thrill watching the dude. It's suspenseful because it started out kind of slow, but every time we seem to go to him, boom, peel and drag, and it's a good one in the boat.
Forever this morning, but man, since then it's just really just kept piling them on, and now he's chunking back what looked to be 3.5, 4 pounders at this point. He called it 20 pounds. I mean, that's going to have him in that 46-pound range. What are we going to see at the weigh-in? Do you think somebody's going to be within 4 or 5 pounds of him at this point?
I think so. Okay. I think we're going to see a good weigh-in just because, man, of where we are here. And we've talked about it the entire show, just talking about it's an international tournament. These guys are running into Canada, different places. We're having signal issues. We're having guys that aren't able to put their weights into that beat-down mount weigh live tracker. So we're not seeing the true weights just because Bobby Floyd and Terrence on the 5 cameras aren't catching them. Other guys are whacking them right now. I know we're going to see some more 20-pound plus sacks, and we'll probably see that 24, 25-pound sack today as well.
Well, we know that's what's so scary. And Scott, you hear that in the back of his mind. Man, I don't want to lose this thing because I went in early or I quit because I thought I had.
Long tournament to do that.
As long as all the other anglers in the field know there's that 25-plus pound, class fish out there to catch, everything can get shaken up immediately, right? I saw Mike Corbishley looking through that Weigh Live app a little earlier, over 21 pounds today.
There we go.
Getting rewarded for that good Samaritan behavior yesterday. Brought in Brandon Perkins Fish, our second-place pro coming into today. Corbishley, 21 pounds right now. So lots of 20-pound bags could come in today. It doesn't seem like they caught them as fast and furious today, looking at the Weigh Live and then with the 5 guys. But like we said, we have a very small window into what's going on out there with just 5 cameras. But what will that check weight be? I love doing this, obviously. Putting you on the spot, 36th place tomorrow. What gets you a check, 3-day total, pulling out of Fisherman Central, taking some money home? It was at 17 pounds yesterday.
46, 47 pounds.
Okay.
I think it's under 50.
Yeah.
Under 50, but I think it'll be over 45. It'll be over that 15-pound average.
I like that. There were a lot of 15-pound bags.
That's what I'm saying about this tournament, dude. So down to 30,
Black
I'm
Rifle
telling you,
coffee
bro.
has really got you.
It is, dude. Hey, listen, Black Rifle's got me wound up tight. But I'm telling you, the top 36, 17 pounds. Somebody that was in 36th spot yesterday still has potential to win this tournament, I think, just because we have one more day and the possibilities are endless. We had somebody yesterday weighing 26 pounds. Who's to say it can't be done again today, tomorrow?
And for all we know, it has happened.
Because the guys that did weigh it in yesterday and today doesn't mean they're going to weigh it in tomorrow. I just think it's still, this tournament, man, it can still be anyone's tournament.
If Scott
not anyone, let's not get crazy. If Scott says, Scott's got to do it again tomorrow.
Scott is so confident, man, and he has just absolutely stood on the gas all day long. It's been impressive to see him, and the other guy I've been the most impressed with that we got to cover today, Dan Blacker, man. Just
no doubt.
Slow and steady, sticking to his guns. He's going to have something to say on Showdown Saturday, I believe.
He's not done yet either, like I said.
Absolutely.
And you get into that top 10. If you in top 10 going into Showdown Saturday, you get to fish. You're out first flight, back last flight. That's 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. That is a long day, and we're seeing this latter part of the day for a lot of the guys has been better. So it's going to be a good tournament, man.
We've certainly seen that today with Siller, Blacker. A lot of guys have been getting bit in that afternoon time. We saw it with Perkins. Just the size has not been there for Brandon today. Let's take a look at that unofficial, very unofficial Weigh Live leaderboard here as we go into the final minutes of live coverage. Stop number 5, Lake Erie, Port Clinton. There's a look at the roller coaster. So I mean, just symbolic on the side of Lake Erie, and very much what this lake throws at you all the time, a roller coaster, curveballs, whatever you want to say. It's a wild ride out there. Missouri's Blake Felix on top unofficially. We're going to say Scott Siller's definitely got the edge over him, but look at that. Unofficially 39 pounds, 4 ounces. That's almost right there at that 20-pound average mark we think it's going to take to be in the top 5 headed into Showdown Saturday. Trent Palmer, no surprise there, showing us an 18-pound average. Mike Corbishley, as we mentioned, estimating a 21-pound bag today. Chad Randalls, who had 19 yesterday, backing that up today with a little over 16. Keith Carson, another one of our 20-pound contingent yesterday, still hanging in there. Ryan Satterfield, Brandon Perkins, Todd Goad, Gary Atkins, and Randy Kukral still hanging around. Old Kook. Local in the event, one of our locals like Dan Blacker,
and the only angler that came to the field with the deep V, brought the walleye boat out.
Took the chance and is making it work for him so far. Going to take one last look at the Progressive Angler of the Year race, which will look a lot different as we leave here. Timmy Reams, a rough day one, had a hook in his hand, several different things go wrong, had him down in the 40s, and Gary Atkins
got off to a rough start.
Just a crazy start to his event, and Gary Atkins called him a lot better yesterday. He was in the top 20 with a 19-pound bag, and as you saw on the unofficial leaderboard there, Gary catching them again today. So safe to say Gary may be sitting on top of that Progressive AOY headed into our final event down in Florida. Logan Millsaps in third, John Hookup Soakup, Eddie Carper, Kevin Rogers, Taylor Watkins, Sean Murphy, Bryant Smith, and Jason Wilson rounding out the top 10. And those guys, for the most part, in that top 10, did not catch them yesterday.
It's going to look different after this tournament. That is for sure.
Without a doubt. Roller coaster of a season for all of our anglers and a roller coaster of an event here at Lake Erie. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to NPFL Live today. Hope you had a good time and learned some things as our anglers try to dial in these smallmouth. Of course, changing conditions have been the overwhelming theme today. Totally different wind direction. Blew a little harder than they realized and made it difficult on a lot of our anglers.
The grass showing up through a monkey wrench.
And that could happen tomorrow. Scott Siller could roll in on his area, different wind direction, could have eelgrass everywhere. One thing's for sure, we will find out in the morning right here, tnpfl.com, 8 a.m. Eastern. Be sure to watch that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon with Big Al McCullough at Fisherman Central as they bring the boom. I'm Luke Duncan. For Fat Cat Newton and James Watson, we will see y'all in the morning.
There he is. Get in the net. Thank you, Lord. That's pretty good timing, wasn't it? Fish on. Get in there. All right, thank you, Jesus. There's a limit. Big one. Nope, not that. Little one. Day 2, 2-pounder. Nice way to start it off. A little better, a little better. Not a giant mat.